Well, I'm waiting on people. Let's clean up my watch later. Christ, how much crap have I got in here? Fucking ridiculous. How much is in here? Oh, Christ almighty. Uh, Ew, that's a lot, man. You Mm. Rejoice, comrades. Thought now is here. I thought now. I'm feeling rather good. Super Hobby was lovely. He's put the heating on for me after he went to bed. So I'm not cold. I'm actually feeling human, which feels good. Hang on, I'll just go into my chat. Bring up my chat. How are you today? Oh, whoops. I had no volume on the phone. Oh dear, that's better. The reverb hurts my ears. I sometimes forget, sometimes I remember. Yeah. Oh, my YouTube chat as well. I suppose I better bring up my YouTube chat. Might actually help. Work, you sinless bastard. It did actually update the name. The stream title. It sometimes doesn't do that, even though I type in a new stream title. Rather annoying. Oh, yeah, yeah. Still don't build enough houses, but it is a human right here. Thank God for that one. Seriously, they don't think housing's a human right. That's a fucked up situation. Hello. I'll give people a few more minutes to come in, then we'll start the Sunday show. This is the Scotland version of like Laura Kuenssberg. So you'll see Martin Geisler, who's a show host and basically correspondent. Is Martin an editor? I can't remember. I think Martin Geisler might be an editor. And this is recorded down at the river. So wrong way, down that way. It is the BBC offices, BBC studios here in Glasgow, basically sit right on the, well, not on the river, but right next to the River Clyde. It's another beautiful looking building. It's fucking huge. Purpose built. It did used to be on Queen Margaret Drive in Partick, West End. Are they houses now? I think they might have been changed into luxury housing. It's a really old building, that one on Queen Margaret Drive. I know, I don't blame you. I'd be deeply fucking skeptical. I am skeptical about a lot of shit. And deeply cynical. The sort of state of being really for a lot of Scottish people being deeply cynical. We're so fed up. We do love the snark. Okay, let me educate you into Scottish politics. It is rather fun at times. Depends who he's got on. I will explain who they are. Don't worry. Shall we? Oh,
Good morning
Martin.
and welcome to the Sunday Show. 300 asylum seekers are headed to Inverness. What impact will that have? How are the parties polling and what do voters want sorted? I'll be asking pollster Mark Diffley. And is our justice system fit for purpose? Scottish Conservative leader Russell Finlay doesn't think so, and he's here to tell us why. I'm Laura Goodwin, and good to have you with us.
Oh, God.
Earlier this week, it emerged a military base in Inverness has been earmarked to temporarily house around 300 asylum seekers. The UK government say utilising Cameron Barracks and another training camp in England would allow them to close asylum hotels at a faster rate. But the Scottish Government and Highland Council say they have concerns about the impact this will have on the local community. So is this the right move?
By the way, because this is a reserved issue, we don't have control of this up here in Scotland. It's a reserved issue for Westminster. They never even had the common courtesy to let Holyrood know, or the local council, which is Inverness Council. They never told either the Parliament here in Scotland or the council up in Inverness. Technically, they're under no obligation to tell us, but I still see it as a fucked up thing. They should have told us. It sucks. I hate Westminster so much.
Move, or is this simply moving a bigger issue somewhere else? Here's what some of the locals had to say about the plans this week.
They've got to go somewhere, haven't they?
Town centre or in the town's not so great. If the barracks were out of the town, it would be a bit better.
Well, if the barracks are lying empty and these people need somewhere to live, I don't see why they shouldn't use the barracks if that's a better solution than putting them up in hotels and things.
No, overly impressed, especially with the fact it's right up next to the school and that, and all the stories you see in the news, just no good at all.
I don't think it's a good idea moving hundreds of people from another country into a completely different community.
I don't wish to be rude about everybody who comes across in a boat, but they have considered their decision. They've decided to pay criminals to take them across illegally in a boat. I don't think they're the kind of immigrants that we need in the country.
I mean, it's genuine asylum seekers. It's the UK's responsibility to take those asylum claims and house them somewhere safe until those claims are processed.
Some thoughts from Inverness there. Well, a little earlier I spoke to the local MP, the Liberal Democrat Angus MacDonald. Angus, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Why are you opposed to the idea of Cameron Barracks being used to house asylum seekers?
I think the process has been pretty rubbish. Basically, at 7:10, I heard from the media that it was being opened on Tuesday morning. First I'd heard. It turns out that they had been in touch with the Highland Council, but basically informing them rather than liaising with them. And then we're told it's going to open at the end of November with very little consultation. So why is it a bad idea? Well, 300 young men arriving there, not able to speak English, will get very bored. What are they going to do? It gets dark before 4, where we live. Been known to rain in the Highlands. And I think they'll congregate in the town centre. There's major issues with the army. There's 150 of the family homes from the Three Scots, which was the Black Watch, base at Cameron Barracks, and they're about to go on deployment, the men. And so there's considerable upset amongst the families there.
So is this not just NIMBYism?
Well, that's our job, isn't it, to look after our own people? And so I would say, why in a town centre? Why in Inverness, where they're 600 miles from their own communities? There are transition camps across Britain. My son's in the army, and he tells me that there's loads of them. I think putting it in a town centre camp is every bit as bad as a town centre hotel.
Is this not a better solution to hotels in terms of monitoring just how much is being spent on these types of facilities?
Well, the Home Secretary confirmed to my urgent question on Wednesday that it is no cheaper than a town centre hotel. They have to do quite a lot of work to the barracks to get it ready for it. I think it's working out just over £100 per person per night. They'll have to have that. There's a firm called Mearns being appointed to do that. So it's not really the cost that's worrying me, it's the impact on the town.
I mean, this is a new issue for Inverness, but other communities have been dealing with this for some time.
Yes, and are they happy about it? Absolutely not. So, to all intents and purposes, this barracks is a town centre place of accommodation, like a hotel. Why would you close one in, say, Dover and open one in Inverness? It's ridiculous from that point of view.
Well, I wonder, though, I mean, Ed Davey kicked off your party conference saying that, you know, immigrants should be treated with compassion and humanity and called for Nightingale-style asylum processing centres to be set up. Is this not an opportunity to turn Cameron Barracks into exactly what your party was calling for?
The Nightingale centres will be near the port of entry, i.e. Dover, or where people land, and they would process people very quickly. At the moment, in the current backlog, it's going to take 5 years to get through the 100,000 asylum seekers. So it's not comparing like for like. What they're doing is they're putting them as far away as possible and hoping they can get away with it. They should be treating people or putting people through the process within 3 months to decide whether they're refugees and can therefore stay, or to decide whether they're...
My dude, my dude, the previous government completely screwed the pooch on that one. They just let them languish and let the backlog build up because they weren't dealing with it quick enough. They had years to fix this situation. I don't know how I feel. I'm a bit conflicted. We need people in. I'm all for asylum seekers coming over. Oh, by the way, they have to land. They actually physically have to be in the country to apply for asylum here in the UK. So the only way they can do that is coming in across the boats. What the government should be doing is setting up safe and legal routes for them. But they all got closed. They all got shut down by the Tory bastards. Answer said they would cooperate with us in setting it up, but the Tories basically said fuck off and closed down all the safe and legal routes for them to come here. Paying for Tory fuck up yet again, or basically Tories being bastards.
Asylum seekers and should be deported.
So how would the Liberal Democrats do this differently? Because again, in your manifesto, you would suggest letting asylum seekers work after 3 months. Would that not be quite useful in the Highlands, where there is a shortage of temporary and seasonal workers?
I would say we're particularly short of, say, families and young ladies, young women to work, and we've got enormous demand in the care sector and the hospitality sector. If these guys want to work in there, that's great. And I do think we have an obligation, A, to make sure they're fluent in English, but B, also to train them, whether it's to lay bricks or to joinery or all that sort of stuff, because we really are lacking skills in that area. But that's not the plan for these guys. They're going to be taken with us until they're ready for processing, in which case they're going to be taken 600 miles away back down south. And they'll decide there whether they're going to be asylum seekers.
This has been billed as transitional accommodation. Are you concerned that this will become a permanent facility?
Well, they don't seem to have a resolution. They're processing people incredibly slowly. We really need to accelerate it, and we think they should have 2,000.
Is this not an opportunity? Could they not?
Rejoice, comrades. Dan's here. Hi, Dan. Welcome in tonight.
Not staff Cameron Barracks and speed up that process?
Look, I love them.
Well, perhaps they could, but it's effectively, they're just closing down a town centre place in Dover and opening here, and it's town centre. That's the real problem.
Okay.
Why here? Let's do it down where they come, onto Britain, into Great Britain's lands, and do it quickly and efficiently, and do it within 3 months.
Okay. Angus MacDonald, good to get your thoughts this morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
away.
I should say we did invite the Home Office's Minister for Asylum onto the programme, but he wasn't available. Events in Inverness and the growing number of asylum seekers coming to Glasgow has seen immigration become a much more immediate issue for Scottish voters. To discuss that and what impact it's having on the political parties ahead of next May's Holyrood election, I'm joined now from Edinburgh by the pollster Mark Diffley. Mark, thank you very much for being with us.
Good morning, Laura.
So just how high up the agenda is immigration for people in Scotland now?
Well, it's true to say that it's a lot further up the agenda than it was even a year ago. So when we ask voters what are the top 3 issues of concern to you at the moment, about 20%, about 1 in 5 mention immigration as a top 3 issue of concern. Now, even a year ago, that was about 4 or 5%. So you can see over that period of time how the issue has really accelerated in voters' minds. It is fair to say that I think there are a couple of caveats to this. One is that the issues of the NHS and the economy, the cost of living, are still far more important to voters than immigration. So on the same question, about 50% say mention the health service, and about 40% mention the cost of living as being key areas of concern for them. It's also important to say that the issue in Scotland is far less intense than it is south of the border. So equivalent polls south of the border put concern for immigration at around or over 50% in the top 3 issues of concern for
So there is
voters.
still Scotland is still distinct in that respect?
Yes, it is, absolutely.
What do you think is driving, though, that acceleration?
Well, I think there's been a really interesting study out this week from an organisation called Best for Britain, which asks the question about what are the areas of concern nationally and what are the areas of concern in your local community. And when you ask voters about the areas of concern in their local community, concern for immigration halves. So it goes down to about 25% from about 50%. This is UK-wide, not in Scotland. So that tells me, I think, that concern about the issue of immigration is not necessarily in all cases driven by personal experience. It's driven by things like political narrative. Not entirely, but I think we are clearly discussing the issue of immigration much more than ever before. I've been polling for 25 or more years, and I've never spoken about the issue of immigration more than I have in recent times. Now,
it's because it's getting reported on, it's getting talked about, and commentators in the right-wing media. That's why people are always talking about it, because the media is basically inflating it, essentially. That's why people are getting, not brainwashed, but they're getting led, essentially, because of what they see in their daily newspapers and on media programmes, especially political and news media. Never used to be talked about this much. Don't get me wrong, it was still kind of an issue, even back when Blair was Prime Minister. So 28 years ago, essentially. It gets talked about in the media so much, that's why people are talking about it more in daily life. There is ways to combat that, by the way. Will that happen? No, because it sells newspapers, sells subscriptions and all that kind of bollocks.
of course, that does reflect the mood of voters, but it does also reflect kind of the political discourse at the moment, I think.
Well, how closely do you think that correlates with polls that suggest that reform might do rather well in the Scottish election coming up?
Yes, I think it probably does. If you break down the issues of concern to voters, the issue of immigration is far higher amongst voters that want to vote for reform or are considering voting for reform than for the electorate as a whole. That's absolutely clear. Current polling in Scotland suggests that reform will probably pick up somewhere between 50 and 20 MSPs at the election in May, from a total at the moment of 1, which was a defection from the Tories to reform. So, that's a seismic change really in terms of support for reform, having polled 7% in the general election not just 15 months ago. They're now polling up at around 20% in Scotland. So you can see how support for reform has increased considerably over that time. And if they do get 15 to 20 MSPs, there is a possibility that they may actually finish second to the SNP.
Listen, you don't like to hear it, I'm sure, but polls can be wrong. As we saw in Wales, Reform didn't do as well as perhaps expected in the recent Caerphilly by-election. Instead, a Labour heartland went to Plaid Cymru. What, if anything, can we take from that result?
I think we can take from it that in certain situations, voters can be quite cute, voters can vote tactically. It's very clear, I think, from the result in Wales a couple of weeks back that a lot of Labour voters either lent or just outright gave their votes to Plaid Cymru in order to keep the Reform candidate out. Tactical voting is alive and well. The national polling in Wales suggests that it's somewhat of a two-horse race between Plaid Cymru and Reform in terms of who wins the election next May. So we may see more tactical voting going on. I mean, tactical voting can help all parties in different situations. Let's be clear, but in that instance, it helped Plaid Cymru and it helped keep Reform out. I think there's no doubt about that.
Before you go, we want to ask you about a part of our constitution we get no vote on, and that is the monarchy, and the king, of course, stripping his brother Andrew of his prince titles and kicking him out of his mansion. Has opinion of the monarchy been damaged?
Well, it's clear that the public absolutely supports what the king decided to do a few days ago now in stripping Andrew of his titles. About 8 in 10 support it. I mean, if anything, the public thought that the monarchy was too slow. So about 6 in 10 actually thought that the king was too slow in making this decision. I do think it reflects badly in voters' minds on the monarchy. If you look at the British Social Attitude Survey, which is, has been now surveying the UK for over 40 years. In 1983, over 80% of people said that it was important to have a monarchy. That's now down to about half, to about 50%. And support for an elected head of state is about 40% now. So I'm.
Those social attitude polls get swayed by England, by the way, just for full clarity. We're mostly Republicans up here. Don't get me wrong, there's royalists up here in Scotland, but they're not long for this mortal coil, let's just put it that way. Everyone my age and younger are mostly Republicans. Like 70% of us, everyone that's under the age of 40, essentially. We're all Republicans, essentially, mostly. Like 26% of the under 40s are outright Republicans, like myself, and another sort of 20%, roughly, I haven't answered. And there's more monarchists, more monarchy-loving people than in England than there is up here in Scotland. No, the 26% in the UK outright Republicans, which is seen as high, that's increased since 80 that he's talking about, essentially. So those social attitude polls surveying, we get swayed by what happens in England, essentially, unfortunately. What is it? 45% of Scots, we want to get rid of the monarchy. Another 15 don't say either way. So because they didn't say yes, I'm for the monarchy, we can basically bump that up to about 60 to 65%, mostly up here in Scotland. We want to get rid of the monarchy, which is a good thing. It's a little bit different down in England, unfortunately.
not suggesting that the monarchy, is in immediate kind of danger as far as voters are concerned, but it's clear we're living in kind of more volatile times as far as voters are concerned, and that applies to the monarchy as much as it does to other institutions.
OK, Mark Diffley, good to get your thoughts. Thank you for being with
Laura.
us. Now, after we finish at 10:30, the Sunday show continues with Lucy White on the radio, and she's here to tell us what's coming up.
Hi, Laura. Yeah, we're going to keep on talking about the royals. Big story this week. We're going to speak to a constitutional law expert about just what kind of crisis the monarchy is in at the moment. We're going to cross over to the US and explain what's happening with the government shutdown there. People who rely on food assistance are now no longer getting it. It's got that far along the road. So we'll explain to people exactly what's happening there. And also, if you're a welder, an engineer, or even a lawyer, could you soon be working in Scotland's growing space sector? We're going to discuss that.
Not for you and I then.
Yes.
Never mind. Thank you, Lucy. And if you're a fan of Scottish politics and current affairs, then you ought to check out Debate Night. Here's Stephen Jardine to tell us more.
Thank you. Debate Night is where you get to put your questions to the people in power. This coming Wednesday, we're going to be in Bathgate for the first time. So if you're in West Lothian and would like to come along and put your questions to the panel, just go to our website, bbc.co.uk/debate night, and make sure you watch Debate Night with me Wednesdays at 9 on the BBC Scotland channel, or a little bit later on BBC One Scotland.
With over 10,000 outstanding warrants and a record number of prisoners in our overcrowded jails, is Scotland's justice system fit for purpose? The Scottish Conservative leader, Russell Finlay, once a victim of violent crime himself, doesn't think so and says it needs a major overhaul. I'll be speaking to him shortly. First, though, let's look at the issue of overcrowding, as well as the health and safety risks it poses to prison officers and inmates. It can also undermine rehabilitation. So why are our prisons so full? A little earlier, I asked Sarah Snell, HM Inspector of Prisons for Scotland. The first question is, why are our prisons so full?
I think one of the problems is that we're not entirely sure why, and that's why data-driven information about what's driving the prison population is so important in terms of trying to look at some solutions. So there are some obvious things. The remand population is higher post-COVID, I think because of some of the backlogs of the court hearings that were not able to take place during that time. We have longer sentences, people serving longer periods. But I think for me, one of the issues is why overcrowding in prisons is such an insidious issue, is that things break down a little bit by bit, without it necessarily being very obvious. So the more people you have in prison, the longer the waits are for hospital appointments, for offending behaviour work, and that means that then when people come, for example, to parole hearings, they haven't been able to do the courses, they haven't been able to demonstrate the reduced risk that can result in them being released on licence.
So another emergency release of 1,000 prisoners is due to start this month. This is the third time that this has been done, but still prisoner numbers are at a record high. So why isn't that working?
Well, we've always supported these short-term releases just as a pressure valve release on the very high prison populations in Scottish prisons. But we've also always said that it's a short-term issue. You release a small number of people and then they end up being replaced by more people coming through the gates.
1,000 is quite a lot of people.
I'm not sure that I heard that it was 1,000, but I think the numbers were scheduled to be a little bit lower. But as I say, it's the remand population, which is I think currently at 27%. It's the long-term population which are making the prisons so difficult to run at the moment.
So in that case, are we looking at you're saying these are short-term solutions, so are we focusing on the wrong issues then? Because we do know from the early releases last year that 1 in 10 prisoners released were back in prison before their original release date, and some were back in prison within a matter of days.
Well, you've therefore described partly why it's not a successful solution. The other thing is that people go out without necessarily having work, without necessarily having families ready to receive them back when it's a much shorter length of time before people return. So I think that's been the reason for the delay, so that the community support is in place for people to try and make those returns
No,
to
it's
community easier.
a prison.
So could you see a situation where those serving longer sentences might be the focus of early release?
Here for Scotland. This is the Sunday Show's.
I think the issue about dealing with overcrowding in prisons is
Rejoice,
not focusing
comrades.
so much
Hold
on the
here.
existing population, but on the drivers for the population. So for
Well,
me, understanding, like I say, what drives the current numbers. Scotland made a choice back in 2008 to not consistently increase the numbers of prisons and the numbers of prison places, and to instead try and manage the population at the level. Well, there was a very ambitious number, which was 5,000, but I think that this is a chance for another decision.
What kind of decision? Because, I mean, a new prison is being built. HMP Glasgow is being built. That will allow space for another 350 in the prison estate. Doesn't seem very much, though, I suppose, in the context of this problem.
No, that's what I mean. There either needs to be a decision to make more prison places and to kind of give up on that choice to keep the prison population low and accept that that sentencing practice is going to rise, or look at the underlying causes of why these issues are not resulting in lower prison populations, and look at, as I say, wide-ranging sentence policy, improving access to community sentences, improving diversion from custody, and making sure that people whose offences are around mental ill health, substance misuse, have the support that they need, which is not available to them in prisons.
OK. Sarah Snell, many thanks indeed.
Thank you.
We invited Scotland's Justice Secretary Angela Constance and the Minister for Victim and Community Safety, Siobhan Brown, to come on, but neither was available. But listening to that, and here with me now is the Scottish Conservative leader, Russell Finlay. Welcome to the Sunday Show. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning.
On Thursday, you cited the case of Claire Ingalls, who was a young mother, tortured and murdered by a short-term partner who had been repeatedly bailed to her home. An expert report described what happened to Claire as a major safeguarding lapse. Where do you believe the system could have done more to protect Claire?
Indeed, it's an absolutely shocking and heartbreaking case. Not only did the expert report say that it was a systemic failures with the bail system, it said that Claire and her young son were invisible in the system. It's taken the family, it's taken Claire's parents, Fiona and Ian, 4 years. They've come into the Scottish Parliament 3 times during First Minister's questions to ask and indeed to plead for answers to some fairly basic fundamental questions. And I think this is typical of a justice system which repeatedly treats victims and their families with disrespect. And what has emerged with this report? Well, first of all, the family haven't even been given the full report. They've only been given a summary of the report. But what it does is highlights a bail blind spot. What the specialist, the report has said is that the courts, the social workers, are not obligated to share information with the courts. So therefore, in this case, you've got a court making a decision to bail an individual repeatedly to the home address of a vulnerable young mother and her son, knowing, and this is the crucial part, knowing that this man presented a risk to women and children. So there was no joined up thinking, there was no sharing of information. That's something that we've put forward this week in our new justice paper to fix that blind spot, to ensure that when the courts are making decisions about bail, they're fully informed.
So how would that work then? How would you ensure that bail restrictions were being followed?
Well, it's even before you get to the application of restrictions, it's as to whether the judge has got all the information in front of him or her, and that clearly hasn't happened in the case of Claire Ingalls. The individual was known to be violent, he was known to be dangerous. The social workers had actually warned another family when they discovered that this individual was in that domestic environment. Yet with Claire, as I said earlier, the report says she and her son were invisible. So it's about ensuring that the authorities are all talking to one another, and that when a sheriff makes a decision around bail, that is done in the best interests of everybody, including especially victims and people in that individual's life.
And would this involve a major change to how the process is currently being carried out?
Well, there was a bail legislation passed last year by the Scottish Government, which we opposed. It made it harder for sheriffs and judges to remand prisoners, remand accused criminals in custody. And we believe it has gone too far the other way, to the detriment of public safety. And the reason Claire's parents are speaking out the way they have done so eloquently in such difficult, impossible, unimaginable circumstances is because they don't want to see another family having to go through what they've been put through.
I know they're calling for a fatal accident inquiry, and the First Minister has said that that decision will be one for the Lord Advocate to take.
Well, let's get the full report released to the family, show them a bit of respect. Let's finally, after 4 years, given what we now know, order that fatal accident inquiry. Let's stop forcing this poor family to come into Parliament or go into the media spotlight just to get basic answers to questions. Now, I'm planning to meet the First Minister with Claire's parents in the coming week or so, and we'll be making these points to him.
Okay, let's turn to some of the wider issues we're having within the justice system. We're hearing that prison overcrowding is a major issue. There's about to be another early release of prisoners. How would the Scottish Conservatives tackle the problem of prison overcrowding?
Frankly, I cannot believe how little outrage there is over the situation that we are now in. The SNP Scottish Government have been wholly in charge of Scotland's justice system for almost 2 decades. They failed to build the prison capacity that the country needs.
But as we heard from Sarah Snell, there are wider societal issues at play.
There are, but the SNP Government have released the best part of 1,000 prisoners early. Now, each of these cases, the sentence was decided by an independent member of the judiciary, and Angela Constance, who can't even be bothered to be here today, has essentially ripped up each of those sentences. There's going to be the best part of it.
She's the Justice Secretary, she'll be busy. I can understand that to a certain extent, but this seems a bit vital, a bit urgent, to say the least. We're probably not getting the full context from Russell, by the way. Just, I hasten to add, he is a Tory. Well, I know we've got justice is fully devolved up here, by the way. Our legal system's a lot older. I think the legal system that they have in England, they adopted ours fully. They took our absolutely brilliant legal system and changed it because they're fucking idiots. I do like our legal system. It is different and a little bit better in certain a lot better in certain areas. But don't get me wrong, it's not completely it's not perfect by any means. Ugh, I feel conflicted now. I'm kind of agreeing with Russell here. This is hurting me. Ouch. I hate it when I have to agree with Tories. Ugh, feel icky. Ugh.
Another 1,000 prisoners released early. It is inevitable that many of them will go on to commit more crime.
Yeah, 1 in 10, according to the figures
victims.
last time, will be back in. So rehabilitation,
Absolutely.
that's the key, isn't it?
It is absolutely the key, but what the SNP government have done, as well as not building prisons in time, we've got HMP Glasgow.
Do you know how expensive it is, Russell, to build a prison? Just saying. There's only so much we can do with our block grant. Your party south of the border made sure of that, and Labour keep on saying, "Oh, you biggest increase in the fucking block grant." Don't fucking care. We're not back up to what the Tories done to us. So if you want us to build more prisons, increase our fucking block grant.
It was supposed to cost £100 million. Now the price tag for that is £1 billion, 10 times over budget. And if you look at the plans, I think most people who are perhaps not aware of what these plans are would be shocked. They've got space for bird boxes and owl boxes. They've got.
So is that what you mean?
Zero.
That you're proposing to expand numbers by
gardens.
cutting out unnecessary features in new prisons. So that's the bird boxes and the gardens.
Landscape gardens, amphitheatre style seating. Get rid of all of that. Build a functional prison which removes from society people who pose a danger to the public, and get a prison system that actually does rehabilitate people.
The ones who are the most dangerous to society do get locked up. by the way. So there's lots of different classes. Yes, the Nordic model does fucking work. We have taken on elements of it here in Scotland, kind of. I don't know how many different ways we have to say it to them, both down in Westminster and up here in Holyrood. Yeah, the Nordic model fucking works. Ah, the recidivism rate's only 33%. That's not bad, actually. 66%. Ouch. Fix the social issues. Why do you think people commit crimes? Low-level crimes, non-violent crimes, I hasten to add. Not violent crimes. Those people get locked up. They keep on moaning that, oh, more people are getting released or getting early released. These are non-violent criminals that are getting released. Violent criminals get locked up, obviously, because they're a danger to society in themselves. Like rapists, murderers, people who do drug trafficking things, those people get locked away, as they should. Well, they legalise all the drugs, essentially, in my eyes. It makes sense. Yeah. Don't worry, I think most of them are going to be losing their seats, Dan.
What's happening now, people are going into prisons that
Aye,
are awash with drugs. I had to battle a few years ago to stop the flow of drugs going in via being soaked into the mail paper, and only as a result of a Scottish Conservative campaign did the mail get stopped, and the photocopies were put in instead.
I just want to pick you up on this point of some of these facilities within prisons, because I imagine the argument for them is that they're an important part of rehabilitation, and if we are to stop people on this cycle of going in and coming back out again, then we do have to hope that we are releasing people who are better people going back out.
One of the reasons Scotland has got the highest number of drugs deaths in Europe for 7 straight years is because of what's happening in the prison system. It's critical to everything.
Fuck off. We came up with 3 clear plans to deal with that, and the Westminster government blocked us from doing them. So get wrecked. We had coherent plans to deal with drug deaths. We were going to fucking fix that problem. You blocked us. Your party blocked us. So seriously, fuck off. No, not having that bollocks. We had plans, so no. Get wrecked, Russell. Seriously. We had safe consumption rooms. We had reforms for the prison system as well for that. You blocked us. Fuck off.
People are going into prison with an addiction problem,
No,
sometimes
not
even
listening to him on
not
that.
with an addiction problem. And such is the prevalence of highly dangerous synthetic opioids in prisons. They're either dying in prison or coming out as addicts and going on to commit further crime. There's no one else to blame for this but the current government, who've had 20 years.
Fuck off. No. Wrong. Wrong. I will say again, you fucking blocked us from doing these reforms, so no, get wrecked. You're scum.
And failed in every single measure. It's not just about their failure to build prisons. Of course, that's critical, and that's why hundreds upon hundreds of prisoners are being released early. But it's about not coming up with a system of serious rehabilitation. It's also not coming up with effective community sentencing. Sheriffs and judges don't have faith in the community sentencing that's available to them, which means they're more likely to send people to prison.
We wanted to
Taking alcohol monitoring tags, these have been used throughout the United Kingdom for many, many years. And in Scotland, the SNP have sat on their hands, so this useful tool has been completely
And that
unused.
is where we'll have to leave it. Russell Finlay, thank you very much
Thank you.
indeed. That is where we leave you. The conversation continues on radio with Lucy White, and before that, Andrew Peaty will have the sport. Thank you very much for joining us. Bye-bye.
Oh no. Charlie?
Grand Orange Lodge of Scotland. What image do those words conjure up in your mind? Bass drums, marching bands, bowler hats, bigotry? Well, the man in charge of the organisation here believes it has an unfairly negative reputation, and he wants to change that. I've been speaking to him. He's frank, he's forthright, and he's honest.
I think you could cop in the situation. I think as a supporter in the heat of the moment, I think a lot of people call it 90-minute bigot or something like that. And but you learn from your lessons. I think you grow up.
Protestantism, parades, sectarianism, and the sash. It's all coming up as we try to find out what the Orange Order is really all about.
If anyone wants me to move on, and I'm all for it because I hate the Orange Order.
Andrew Murray, hello, welcome to Scotcast.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Good to see you. I am really interested in this interview because, as you may be about to discover, I actually don't know very much about your organisation at all, and I think that's possibly the point of all of this, isn't it? Yeah. The first thing that strikes me is your title. You are the most worthy Grand Master of the Orange Order in Scotland. I mean, you're not just calling yourself the chairman or the CEO, are you? Brother Andrew Murray, the most worthy Grand Master. There's quite a lot going on in that title, isn't there?
There is indeed. So there's quite a complex structure to the Royal Orange Institution of Scotland. For everyone listening, we have a structure in place which is private lodges, district lodges, county grand lodges, and then the Grand Orange Lodge of Scotland that oversees. We also have a ladies section that compiles up to the Royal Orange Institution of Scotland.
Right, and what do you do as the most worthy Grand Master? And let's just unpack it. What does the Orange Order do? What are you all about?
I think our principles, we're a pro-Protestant institution, have been from 1798. We are here
to protect the one true Protestant faith and all that fucking bollocks. Nah, can't do it. Can't do it. I'll start yelling. Get wrecked, Andrew Murray. Oh, no. Will I get cut? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, I'm game.
On Thursday, Scottish First Minister and SNP leader John Swinney met with Plaid Cymru leader Rhys Buellworth in Edinburgh to discuss how the Scottish and Welsh parties could work together to put forward a, quote, positive alternative to Westminster's despair and decline, signalling a potential progressive alliance between the two pro-independence parties. With the SNP looking to continue its winning streak at next year's parliamentary election, Plaid hoping to become the largest party in Wales for the first time ever next year, and Sinn Féin currently the largest party in Northern Ireland, there's a real possibility that every devolved UK nation will soon be led by parties that want to leave the UK. So in this video, we're going to explore what an SNP Plaid Celtic alliance might look like, why Plaid hopes to emulate the SNP's past trajectory, and what all of this means for British politics. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. Plaid Cymru and the Scottish National Party are by no means strangers to each other. In fact, in their own words, the two parties share a long history bound by a common cause, to forge fairer and more prosperous nations through independence. Having collaborated in Parliament as early as the 1980s, in 2001 the two parties formed a joint parliamentary grouping in Westminster, dubbed a Celtic Alliance, which with 9 MPs, 4 Plaid and 5 SNP, made it the third biggest opposition grouping in the Commons, after the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. At the time, the two parties said that it would allow them to make a more powerful case for the people of Scotland and Wales, punch above their weight, and to lead the opposition to what it called the new Labour government's assault on public services. Nearly a decade later, ahead of the 2010 election, the SNP and Plaid agreed a 4-point programme that they would jointly press for in the event of a hung parliament, hoping that they could win concessions if their support was needed on a vote-by-vote basis. The parties were also chummy with each other in the run-up to the 2015 election, when a Labour minority government looked like a possibility. And over the years, Plaid and SNP leaders and politicians have spoken at each other's party conferences, highlighting their shared vision of independence and the relationship between what Nicola Sturgeon described as sister parties. So you get the idea. Plaid SNP cooperation is nothing new, but this time things are different. There's a real prospect, but by no means guaranteed, that come May 2026, the two nationalist parties will be their nation's largest parties. In Scotland, the SNP seems to have recovered from a period of turmoil and its disastrous 2024 general election result, and its current polling lead suggests that it will remain the largest party at next year's Scottish parliamentary election, even if it falls short of a majority, while Reform is neck and neck with Labour for second place. Meanwhile, in Wales, Plaid Cymru are in with a fighting chance of ending Labour's long dominance of Wales, to become the largest party in the Senedd and lead the Welsh government for the first time, though likely requiring support from smaller parties. Recent polling suggests a two-horse race between Plaid and Reform, and Plaid's historic Caerphilly by-election victory a few weeks ago has further boosted the party's confidence. By the way, if you're interested as to why Plaid is rising and Labour declining in Wales, you can watch our previous videos on that topic, which are linked in the description. Anyway, against this backdrop, what have Plaid and the SNP actually said about this new or renewed alliance? Well, unlike in the past, they're not talking about cooperation in Westminster, but rather cooperation between two nationalist-devolved governments against Westminster. SNP leader John Swinney said after the meeting on Thursday that the UK's Labour government had been an unmitigated disaster for Scotland and Wales, adding that a progressive alliance between the Scottish government and a Plaid-led Welsh government would see the two work collaboratively on issues such as child poverty, with Plaid having already pledged a pilot version of the Scottish child payment in Wales if it enters government next year. Swinney additionally said that the alliance would also entail working together to resist the consuming of our politics by the far right, which he says is happening in Westminster, with Reform's politics consuming Labour and the Conservatives. Plaid leader Rhyn ap Iorwerth, meanwhile, said that Plaid and SNP victories next year would serve as a wake-up call for the UK's Labour government, and resulting in a powerful bloc that could, quote, demand that Wales get parity of funding and powers with Scotland. For context, unlike in Scotland, things like policing, justice and control over the Crown estate are not devolved in Wales. But based on what Swinney and ap Iorwerth have said, there isn't really much formality in this.
By the way, they say we have nominal control of the Crown estate, but if the Crown doesn't like what we're wanting to do, the Royals can still fucking block it. Hence, we didn't get the land reforms we wanted because the Queen, when she was still alive, fucking blocked it. She didn't like it. She basically said, fuck off, you Scottish bastards. You back? Sorry to inflict a Tory bastard on you, Dan. I seem to be going off on the Scottish tack today. Always a good thing, obviously. I am Scottish after all.
Alliance. In practice, it looks more like an avenue for dialogue, a sharing of ideas, and joint advocacy on issues. Plaid, though, will be hoping that they can emulate the SNP's trajectory in the 2000s and 2010s, when the party dislodged Labour from its position of dominance and went from an opposition party to a party of government, eventually securing an independence referendum that, while unsuccessful, nevertheless fueled the SNP and drove independence and Scottish politics up the agenda. Unlike the SNP, Plaid never really had that kind of post-devolution breakthrough, but sees 2026 as its best shot yet. But while the SNP's electoral record and longevity is impressive, having governed Scotland for 18 years now, there are parts of the SNP's record that Plaid will be very wary of associating itself too closely with. For example, the latest Scottish Social Attitudes Survey found that satisfaction with the NHS and trust in the Scottish Government has fallen to all-time lows. Nevertheless, both centre-left parties clearly see the growth of Nigel Farage's Reform in England and their own respective nations, and the two traditional parties' rightward shift in response, as a potentially powerful force to use to their advantage, pitching themselves as the only parties that can and will challenge Reform's rise. And whether you agree with it or not, arguing that independence can deliver Scotland and Wales from what they see as Anglo-centric nationalism. This obviously poses a problem for the two traditionally mainstream unionist parties, Labour and the Tories. Reform usurping the Tories in England, Wales and Scotland is evidently catastrophic for the Tories, but if Plaid becomes the party of choice for the centre-left in Wales instead of Labour, as the SNP previously did in Scotland, then it would make UK Labour's task of remaining in power a whole lot harder, with a path to victory restricted to just England if it cannot fall back on Welsh or Scottish seats. Although even now in England too, the party is being challenged from its left by a growing Green Party. If we do end up in a situation next year where the SNP, Plaid Cymru and Sinn Féin are leading each of the devolved government in the so-called Celtic fringe, it's hard to see the status quo being sustainable, as it's anything but a ringing endorsement of the union. But what actually follows from that, what comes next, is much more uncertain. If you're interested in learning more about this topic, then there's plenty of other outlets reporting on it online, but what about everything you don't see? Or what about the sources you've grown to trust that are purposefully leaving out information?
The previous one from back in the day, like the one we had in the 70s, that was rigged. That one was definitely fucking rigged. Uh, the campaign was disgusting, and a lot of people up here in Scotland believed the Unionists. And look, the Smith Commission was fucking hell. I'll go on to that next, actually.
Thankfully, our sponsor this week, Ground News.
I'll just pause that scene. The blank screen was annoying me. Maybe a tad conspiracy, but yeah, the campaign was fucking disgusting on the Better Together campaign. Just no. And they never give us the full Smith Commission, which they promised us to if we vote to remain. Oh, don't vote for independence. You won't get back into Europe. So vote to stay in the Union and you'll stay in Europe. And 2 years later, I knew it for a fact that the anti-Brexit, the Brexiteers, the anti-EU contingent, and the Tories mostly, but there were some Labour Brexiteers as well, obviously. I could see them growing. I could see them expanding, getting more people in. And I said, no, I don't believe them. I'm Lexit now, by the way. If we ever, hopefully, with some luck, we'll get a decent left-wing party in the government at some point before I croak it. So we can actually take advantage of being outside the EU. Doubtful, really. But yeah, the campaigns were horrible, to say the least. Brexit was 10 times worse, obviously. The vitriol connected to the Brexit vote was just disgusting. And that bastard bus, I want it blown up. No one in it, of course, just blow the bus up. Pack of lies. Obviously, we know that now. I knew it back then. Then why you believed in them? Just because it's on the side of a bus and you loved your little Brexit boy. He's a fucking chameleon. You can't trust the bastard. I'm talking about Boris, by the way. People like Steve Baker, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Derek P. Lee, all those fucking lunatics. All those headbangers, essentially. Kind of horrible with our independence referendum and the Brexit campaign, just truly fucking sickening.
News are experts at lifting the veil on media bias. That's because Ground News is a website and app that gathers thousands of articles from across the world, expertly merging all different sides of political bias into one place, making it simple to see multiple perspectives on the same event. In addition, every single story comes with a detailed view of the bias distribution, factuality scores, and even specific ownership information. For example, if we take this story on Plaid Cymru winning the Caerphilly by-election, you can see that 88 sources are reporting on it, and it's all featured here in one place. In fact, if we delve a bit deeper, we can see that most of the coverage is coming from the centre.
Yeah. Go away. Let's see if I can find a video about the Smith Commission. Oh, Left Scotland.
Welcome to the first episode of Left Scotland, a new bi-weekly breakdown of politics on the left in Scotland. You may remember me from the Indie Ref Weekly Review, a show that I produced during the referendum. Well, now it's bigger than that. It's time to move past who voted yes and who voted no, and onto what we can do to build the progressive country that we've been shouting about this whole time. Join me, Scotland, as we take a look at the big changes our country is going through. This week, I'll be looking at Trident, land reform, and the Buchanan steps. But first, on the 27th of November, the Smith Commission published its report on what further powers should be devolved to Scotland following the no vote in the referendum. The group consisted of representatives from the SNP, the Scottish Greens, Labour, the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. Now, with 3 pro-union parties against only 2 who supported independence, many suspected that the battle for meaningful new powers would be disappointing. But how did this even come about? Well, in the final days of the referendum, when the first polls began to show a majority in favour of independence, the pro-union parties pledged extensive new powers to the Scottish Parliament if we would just vote to stay part of the UK. This is best recognised as The Vow, which was published in the Daily Record. However, for a time before that, there was much discussion of what Scotland should expect. Ed Miliband and Danny Alexander promised that they would deliver Home Rule. Gordon Brown stated that we should get a near federal state. Even the BBC reported that we should expect to see Devo Max. So, what does all this mean? Devo Max has always been accepted to mean all powers being devolved to Scotland except for foreign affairs and defence, which
Don't hold your breath, Dan. Sorry. I voted in it, obviously, because I'm old. I was 35 when they done that vote. I didn't believe the bastards. That's why I voted for independence. Look at it. Turns out I was correct. Fed up of being correct. I got platitudes back in the day. That was horrible. Kept on saying to people, don't trust the bastards. I said it again last year for the general election, and everyone's now apologising to me yet again. Stop fucking apologising and just believe me when I tell you this shit. I've been studying politics, or been involved in doing my own research, obviously, for the last 20 years, and you just sideline me. Hell, manges. When I get proven correct, they'll just kind of apologise. Sorry, Katie. I don't want your sorry. You should have just fucking listened to me.
would remain at Westminster. It's the maximum state of devolution, and if we were looking at just tax and welfare, it would look like this. Now, this is what polls reveal 66% of Scots are in support of. Yet, despite the promises made, what the Smith Commission is proposing looks something closer to this. Can you see the difference? Now, during the big debate, George Galloway actually promised us Devo Supermax if we voted no, which is neither this nor this, but presumably something magical just over the rainbow. What's even more galling about the whole situation is that either the press have chosen to misrepresent the truth or have failed to understand it. The Daily Record published that the vow had been delivered. The Scottish Labour Party have stated that the vow has been delivered. You know what's been delivered so far? Nah.
Fuck all. Nothing. And this was basically about a year after the vote that Stephen's talking about. Capitalism is going to try and eat us. People like us are here to prevent that, Reza. Rejoice, comrades. Reza Lindsay is here. Hi, Reza. I'm going on a Scottish tack tonight, showing everyone what it's like to be Scottish and discuss different things and explain to my lovely viewers. In fact, I'll go back to the beginning so you can actually see it. Back, 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 back. Oops. Oh, catching up.
Welcome to the first episode of Left Scotland, a new bi-weekly breakdown of politics on the left in Scotland. You may remember me from the Indie Ref Weekly Review, a show that I produced during the referendum. Well, now it's bigger than that. It's time to move past who voted yes and who voted no, and onto what we can do to build the progressive country that we've been shouting about this whole time. Join me, Scotland, as we take a look at the big changes our country is going through. This week, I'll be looking at Trident, land reform, and the Buchanan steps. But first, on the 27th of November, the Smith Commission published its report on what further powers should be devolved to Scotland following the no vote in the referendum. The group consisted of representatives from the SNP, the Scottish Greens, Labour, the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. Now, with 3 pro-union parties against only 2 who supported independence, many suspected that the battle for meaningful new powers would be disappointing. But how did this even come about? Well, in the final days of the referendum, when the first polls began to show a majority in favour of independence, the pro-union parties pledged extensive new powers.
The pro-union parties had a wobbly. They went, oh, the Scots are trying to break free again. Is it any fucking wonder you treat us like shit? We're fed up with yous. We were fed up with yous then, we got even more fed up with yous now. 14 years of Tory scumfuckery, and now Labour basically doing the same shit. No, we're getting angrier again. He'll mind yous, by the way. I hope you all get fucking destroyed at the polls in Wales and up here in Scotland in May. You deserve nothing fucking less, in my opinion.
Powers to the Scottish Parliament if we would just vote to stay part of the UK. This is best recognised as The Vow, which was published in the Daily Record. However, for a time before that, there was much discussion of what Scotland should expect. Ed Miliband and Danny Alexander promised that they would deliver Home Rule. Gordon Brown stated that we should get a near federal state. Even the BBC reported that we should expect to see Devo Max. So, what does all this mean? Devo Max has always been accepted to mean all powers being devolved to Scotland, except for Foreign Affairs and Defence, which would remain at Westminster. It's the maximum state of devolution, and if we were looking at just tax and welfare, it would look like this. Now, this is what polls reveal 66% of Scots are in support of. Yet, despite the promises made, what the Smith Commission is proposing looks something closer to this. Can you see the difference? Now, during the big debate, George Galloway actually promised us Devo Supermax if we voted no, which is...
My God, people didn't remember. I didn't know anyone fucking remembered that. Yeah, Breslin, they essentially kind of wanted to militarise it, yeah. You also may forget that. That's why I always take Ed Miliband with a pinch of salt, or like a metric cartridge of salt when it comes to independence, or what gets devolved up to us here. Yeah. Thanks, Nandy. She wanted to be more fed. She still wanted the union after a fashion. She wanted to go for a federal form, really, and said that we should never be allowed to get another independence referendum. Get wrecked, Lisa. You absolute fucking ghoul. I despise you. Fuck off. Look, that's what 66% of my country wanted. That's what we fucking got. That's what was recommended. Yeah.
Neither this nor this, but presumably something magical just over the rainbow. What's even more galling about the whole situation is that either the press have chosen to misrepresent the truth or have failed to understand it. The Daily Record published that the vow had been delivered. The Scottish Labour Party have stated that the vow has been delivered. You know what's been delivered so far? Nothing. The Smith Commission has put forward only recommendations of what should be devolved, and it's now up to Westminster to actually devolve those powers. So, what are the chances of that happening? Part of that package of new recommended powers includes air passenger duty tax. Many folk don't realise that the Calman Commission, a previous report that made recommendations of which powers to devolve to Scotland, recommended that that be devolved to Scotland back in 2009, and it never happened. So yeah, some of the powers that the Smith Commission recommend devolving are powers that a previous commission also recommended should be devolved 5 years ago. Now, I am all for the new powers that are to be devolved to the Scottish Parliament, but we need to really accept that not only do these powers fall far short of what was promised, but in other ways the vow has failed completely. One of the key priorities of the vow was to make the Scottish Parliament a permanent institution, since, as it currently stands, Westminster could disband it tomorrow if they felt like it. Even Lord Smith, who oversaw the Commission, has stated that this has not been achieved. At best, he can just make it a legal minefield to pull off. Richard Murphy from Tax Research UK has stated that the devolution of income tax but no further related powers is half a power at best, providing revenue collection rights but no control over money. In the final hours of the Commission, it seems that Labour stepped in to ensure that minimum wage would not be devolved, taking away our ability to raise it to the level.
I knew Richard Murphy was fucking based. Thanks, Richard. They didn't listen to you either, I see. Any wonder he's fucking pissed off. I love Richard. He is really good. Go and check out his channel. He is a very good man and really good at communicating what should be happening. Not that the Labour government are going to fucking listen to him. Thank you, Richard Murphy. Much praise.
Living wage. Sources indicate that Labour, the Lib Dems and the Conservatives were constantly on the phone back to their parties in London, taking instructions over which proposals to block and remove, stripping out many of the proposed extensive new powers in the final days before the report was published. Now, given how hostile these parties have been in overseeing this process, and the fact that many Conservative backbenchers continue to say that they will block any further powers being devolved to Scotland, I'd be waiting to see what happens next before shouting.
Because never forget, the Tories are fucking scum. Some of them in their backbenches down in Westminster didn't want us to get a fucking parliament. So, Tories, fuck off. That's why I don't like Manfrog either. He wants to dissolve all devolved administrations, like get rid of the three of them completely. Just centralise everything in Westminster, yeah, again, so he can no big diktat to the other three nations. And England as well, obviously. The Tories are going to die soon, thankfully. It's fun. I will be sitting here in glee watching one Tory after another just basically get brutalised and kicked out of fucking Holyrood. They deserve it. He does, doesn't he? Manfrog, fuck off. I do not trust the Westminster government. I haven't trusted them for many fucking years. This is one of the main reasons, the Smith Commission. It was non-binding. It should have been made binding. We voted to remain. We voted to stay as part of the union, and you still treat us like fucking shit. Westminster, fuck off.
About delivering anything. Every 10 years, the UK government has the option to renew a piece of legislation called the Mutual Defence Agreement, which is basically an agreement between the UK and the US for cooperation in using atomic energy for defence purposes. Nuclear weapons, in other words. Earlier this year, the UK government renewed this agreement for another 10 years, despite the fact that the vote on whether or not we even replace Trident nuclear missiles isn't until 2016. And despite that vote being so far away, they've also just spent £37 million on 12 new missile tubes. So, rather than waiting to see whether or not there is a democratic mandate to renew and run Trident nuclear missiles at a cost of £130 billion to the taxpayer, they're just ploughing ahead with it. So, last Saturday I went along to the demo outside of Faslane, where the UK's nuclear weapons are stored, to speak with Scrap Trident.
Today we're having a big demonstration outside Faslane because we realised during the independence referendum that
I've been there twice. It was easier for me. I could get a bus route too because I was living in Clydebank at the time. Hi. been a while since I've been to it, obviously. Travelling takes a lot out of me, and it is kind of difficult to get to where Vaseline is actually. And being disabled doesn't help, obviously.
It was a really important issue for people in Scotland, a hugely important issue. They had been engaged in politics in a way that we've never seen. In my lifetime, I've never actually seen that. And they wanted to do something. We've got all these people here. We had organised for 800 people to be here. Then there's people on top of that, so there's certainly 1,000 people here. And these people are all experts in Scottish politics. It's really interesting. Politics is no longer something for professional politicians. It's something that every single ordinary person here can engage in. Trident is illegal. Okay. Any weapon which is indiscriminate, which can't distinguish between civilians and service personnel, is illegal. Trident is illegal. It's a weapon of mass destruction. If you fire Trident, it will kill millions of people at a stroke, from the smallest baby to the oldest person in a city. They're all dead, regardless. It's a moral question. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that we have it here in this country. So we wanted to give an outlet for that. So we decided to have a demonstration called Trident Still Has to Go. Now, yes or no, Trident still has to go. That's what this is about. In May the 7th there's going to be a UK election. Now, the people of Scotland could send a big block of MPs to Westminster who are anti-Trident, who belong to anti-Trident parties. That could put us in a really, really strong position, because in 2016 the decisions to be made at Westminster whether to go ahead with replacing the Trident replacement, which we know is going to cost £100 billion, our group of MPs could say no to that, and we could end Trident once and for all, because the people of Scotland are anti-Trident, and we want them to show that at the ballot box.
Links below to both Scrap Trident and the Scottish campaign for nuclear disarmament if you'd like to find out more. Nicola Sturgeon has already started to make an impact as Scotland's new First Minister by proposing some radical land reform that's actually pretty radical. So here's the problem: just 432 people own 50% of privately owned land in Scotland. That's a fraction of the population, just 0.008% owning half of the privately owned land here. This is a problem and issue that dates right back to the headland clearances in the 1800s, when folk were kicked out of their homes to make way for sheep and stags because they were more profitable to the landed elite. And on top of that, only 26% of Scotland's land is even registered to its owners, meaning it's really difficult to find out who even owns the land. The reforms have been causing a pretty interesting reaction in the Conservative press, who find it simply appalling that large, multi-million pound sporting estates where the rich retire to hunt pheasants will now have to pay non-domestic rates, just like your local pub already does. There isn't enough time this week to really get into it, but you can find links below to Andy Whiteman and the Scottish Land Action Movement, where you can find out more. It's a fascinating subject and well worth looking further into. Glasgow City Council are in the middle of approving plans to demolish the Buchanan Street steps to make way for a large glass atrium entrance into the shopping centre to replace the other entrance that is literally a few metres further away. This is just one example of Glasgow City Council's recent plans to bring civic and public space into private ownership, including their scheme to rent out sections of Victoria Park and to demolish the Barrowland Park and replace it with more shops. Now, the steps have become an iconic part of Glasgow, both for political and cultural reasons, so it's no surprise that a campaign has already been launched to save them.
The concert hall steps at the top of Buchanan Street are a really important public space in Glasgow city centre, and it's a place where people pause for their lunch or they meet up with friends and family. They can get some fresh air in the middle of a busy working day. It's a place where people can gather and have demonstrations and protests in a very peaceful and constructive way that grabs the attention of passers-by. So the City Council at the moment are planning a 500 friends and family. They can get some fresh air in the middle of a busy working day. It's a place where people can gather and have demonstrations and protests in a very peaceful and constructive way that grabs the attention of passers-by.
Buchanan Street, everyone. They're not very disabled friendly, those stairs, by the way. Sorry, Eileen. Changing it would be better for disabled people, by the way. Disabled people go into the concert hall on Killerman Street, which is right opposite Buchanan bus station. So that's how they get in. They don't go. Obviously wheelchair users can't, and a lot of disabled people go around the back of the concert hall. I don't like those steps. I'm sorry. And yes, that is a statue of Donald Dewar. former First Minister. Yeah, Georgian architect. Well, quite great swaths of Glasgow city centre are Georgian or Victorian. Mostly Georgian. Triangle trade, anyone? If you go right down at the bottom, then to the left as we're looking at it, we've got the merchant city, basically the tobacco, cotton, and slave owners, slave merchants, essentially. That's where they were based. There's also the Merchant City Hall, which is now a social space. But there is still offices and stuff in the Merchant City. So that's where they are. But a lot, like all up Bath Street and the top part of Sauchiehall Street as well, is Georgian and some Victorian as well. Mostly Georgian. 'Cause that's when before we got rid of slavery. So from like the late 1600s to about the late 1700s, most of the merchant city and parts of the north part of the city centre were built for these merchant lords, essentially. Rich cunts. But all these ones, all down here, they're mostly Georgian. So sandstone and blonde sandstone, red sandstone on either side of the road of the Buchanan Street.
So the City Council at the moment are planning a
I
£500
closed
million
tested there as well,
development
Dan.
plan, and the first step of that would be to demolish the iconic steps at the top of Buchanan Street. Most recently, Glasgow City Council threatened to demolish the Barrowland Park just in the east end of the city centre. That was built especially for the Commonwealth Games and has become a very popular spot for families who live in that part of town. In recent years, they tried to remove the cone from the Wellington statue outside Goma. We managed to stop that from happening. So I suppose this is just one in a series of oppositions to the council that Glasgow's public are keen to make.
That's the mid-1800s.
The reason that the City Council are saying that they're making this development, or pushing this development through rather, is so that they can expand in terms of business in the city centre, but we consider this to be an entirely flawed argument because currently there are many open, empty shop plots that are sitting without anything in them. So if the council genuinely wanted to improve business and investment in the area, then there already are many, many options that they could be tapping into, and they're failing to do that with these current plans.
That's everything for the first episode of Left Scotland. Expect a slightly different episode next time as the programme evolves into what I kind of really want it to be. You can follow Left Scotland on Facebook or myself on Twitter. Please do like, share and subscribe. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all in 2 weeks. Now get out there, get educated and get involved.
Okay, let's go on to the second episode. I like that. Give me a minute. I'll go to videos. Latest. No. Yeah. No. Bit of a shame, really. You know, while I've got this paused, while I've not playing anything, I'll be back momentarily, comrades. Oh my God. Eh, let's see if I can find anything that can go into a little bit more depth. Oh, go away. Uh, go away. Oh, go away. Bloody hell. Uh, the hell?
The Smiths Commission report. This is exactly what we think about it. No real powers for Scotland yet again from Westminster. We've been lied to again. There you go, Gordon Brown. Cheers.
Happy St Andrew's Day.
God almighty. I just want a quick summary of it, or at least a no. Uh, Okay, right, fuck it. Um, explanation of
To start with a quote from the foreword by Lord Smith to his report. Quote, Scotland voted no, but it did so with each of the three main UK parties, promising more powers to the Scottish Parliament. I was asked to lead a commission working with the 5 parties represented in the Scottish Parliament to agree what those new powers should be, and this is the important part for me. In doing so, I sought to give a voice to the public and the various organisations that make up the fabric of Scottish life. And for me, from the start, it has failed. The 5 political parties had to sign the contract, so first of all, those signatures were on behalf of their political priorities. And in the case of the 3 unionist parties, probably what the Scottish branches were told they could sign up to by London HQ. How do I know this? Because, I quote again, at Tuesday's Cabinet, when Alistair Carmichael read out the plans taking shape at the Smith Commission table, one after another English Tory Cabinet ministers challenged the plans and their implications for their brief and their department. Theresa May was amongst them, George Osborne too. Duncan Smith was said to have been the sharpest critic of what was being, keywords, cooked up in Scotland, fearing that his entire universal credit fabric was being unravelled. There weren't discussions with the Scottish people, there were discussions down telephone lines to London. I've only got 5 minutes. This de minimis offer cannot begin to meet the compromise of Devo Max, which of course was prohibited from being on the ballot paper from day one by the unionist parties and only surfaced as an expeditious attempt to prevent independence. And even Murdo Fraser called it in this chamber the so-called vow. I notice he didn't do that today.
Rejoice, comrades. The resident philosopher is here. Hi, Scrubby. Christine Graham. We're going on a Scotch tangent tonight, if you wish. This is Christine Graham, but I have a lot of time for her about the Smith Commission and how we never got it. We're still waiting for half this shit, and even at that, it is tawdry what they're giving us. None of that getting treated like a colony here again. Well, back then, at least after the independence referendum, we never got the full Smith Commission. We were unlikely to get it, and we were blocked from putting it on the ballot paper because the unionist parties are scum. Sorry, my English comrades, I do not group you in with these bastards. Carry on, Christine.
Nick Clegg, however, prefers to call it Vow Max or Vow Plus Plus. How far have the Liberals in federalism fallen? Now, it's not even coherent, a key word used by Mark MacDonald and also used by Smith in his submission. He asked for something to be substantial and coherent. Now, we can argue about whether it's substantial. This side and that side think it's substantial, we do not. But coherent it definitely is not coherent. One cannot touch one part of the benefit system without the whole of the benefit system being available to you. You cannot touch one tiny part of income tax without having the whole of the tax system available. This is destabilising. And I can tell you something. Had the unionist parties been astute, which we know they're not, they might have shot the independence fox for good, or at least wounded it very seriously, had full tax and welfare powers been devolved to this Parliament. But you've done completely the opposite. The Scottish people, and 1.6 million, voted for the full whack. 1.6 million is not a tiny minority, it's a substantial number of people, and a substantial number at the last minute voted for devolution thinking they were going to get something big, not a pig in a poke. So you've not satisfied them. How do I know you've not satisfied them? Listen to me. We have over 90,000 members in the Scottish National Party. I'll bet your membership's not going up. Why is it going up? Because people are disappointed at the way they've been treated by the Smith Commission. And by the way, my signature's not on that paper, and it would never have been on that paper. What we learn is we know that this contract was done to the lowest common denominator, so all signatures could be there. You thought the Smith Commission would bury independence dead. You thought it put the tin lid on it. It's done exactly the opposite. I thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Jenny Mara. Order, please. Jenny Mara, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Fucking yes. Thank you, Christine. Huh. Oh, this might be fun to cover.
So Rachel Reeves is
Look, Curtis.
considering something that's actually really, really good, an exit tax. Now, you know our channel is biased towards the left. We are open about that, but we're not partisan hacks. So we're generally pretty critical of the Labour Party, but we've always said if a party does something good, we'll talk about it. And this is one of those times. Rich people quitting the UK could be required to pay a 20% tax on their business assets as part of plans reportedly being considered by the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. The Treasury has drawn up plans for a settling up charge on assets, a move that will bring the UK into line with most other G7 nations and raise a predicted £2 billion for the public coffers, according to the Times. While expat status does not provide an exemption from 20% capital gains tax on the sale of UK property and land valued at £6,000 or more, it does on the sale of some other assets, such as shares in many companies. Under the new plans, the 20% charge will be levied on the value of these assets when exiting the country. An exit tax is so important and something the left have been calling for. I mean, there's a form of it in Spain, and I call it the Polanski effect. Now, of course, he isn't the only one calling for wealth taxes, but his polling has scared Labour into doing something. Labour would not be touching this if the Greens weren't polling these numbers. The latest poll, 17%, number 2. There's been a huge momentum with the Green Party, and I think the Labour Party are scared. This is how you shift the Overton window. Now, what's really funny is those attacking Rachel Reeves, including Robert Jenrick, who said this: "It seems Reeves is eyeing up an exit tax. This would see wealth and wealth creators sprint for the door. Crazy. We need more entrepreneurs, not fewer. Reeves must rule out this latest desperate move." This guy is so dumb. I mean, that's the point of an exit tax, right? You can try and leave and we'll tax you. What's this guy talking about? If you do an exit tax, people are going to leave. Yeah, and then we tax them when they leave. Like, the point here is an incentive to keep people from leaving. Do you get that, right? People might be like, oh, actually, if we leave, we'll be taxed or we'll stay. And many people have tried to make the same point, not realizing that you can't escape these taxes. Now, by the way, this is my view, but I think most people won't leave. The idea that people will uplift their entire lives and businesses, you know, up
lift their personal and professional connections because of a tax, I think is ridiculous, right? But even if they want to leave, let them leave. The point of wealth taxes is you can't escape them. Tax the assets, right? If people sell those assets, it will be sold to someone else. You can't take your assets with you. The reason why wealth taxes haven't been introduced is because they work. Now, the missing thing here from Reeves's policy is only doing an exit tax. You need a proper wealth tax the wealth in this country, and then also do an exit tax. But it's so funny watching the oligarch media descend into meltdown.
Penny on income tax, but those with the broadest shoulders already pay, the overwhelming majority of government spending. I think the issue here is you cannot make this place more and more unattractive for wealth creators, because they're the people who deliver economic growth. They're the people who create jobs, and it's telling that not only is inflation creeping up, but unemployment is creeping up. There's anemic growth, so all the key economic statistics are dreadful. And I think it's the ultimate indictment, Callum, is it not, that we have an exit tax. I grew up under a world where there was an Iron Curtain across Europe, and there was a Berlin Wall. There's a wall in Berlin, not to keep us out of this nirvana of communist hell, but to keep those people in. And if you have to create a massive financial disincentive for people to leave the UK, it's the ultimate proof of how unattractive the UK has become for people who want to leave. It's the financial equivalent, if you like, that Rachel Reeves is now talking about, of the Berlin Wall.
I have to say, these people are such greedy bastards. A 1p extra on income tax is nothing. Yet Gutu Harry is saying, we can't have a 1p extra on income tax because we pay too much tax already. Now, a lot of people say, oh, we pay so much taxes in this country. This country pays a very low amount of taxes. I mean, compare us to many Northern European nations where income taxes for middle class people sit at like 50%. And guess what? They're not moaning. They have world-class public services, many benefits that we don't get, a far better society to live and work in. Plus, the reason why the rich are paying more taxes is because they have more money. That's just how taxes work. But that's only income tax, right? What we're talking about is wealth and wealth taxes. The explosion in inequality is due to the fact that people are getting stinking rich from passive income, from hoarding resources and making the rest of us pay for their wealth. People are becoming multi-millionaires and billionaires, not through hard work, but through the accumulated capital they get from having the assets that appreciate in value over time. Now, Gutu and many others say, oh, we need to make this country attractive for business. Translation, right? What this means is they want a low wage, low regulation, and low tax country for business to milk us. It's simple Marxist class analysis. Big business and the workers have a diametrically opposing existence, right? Workers want to get paid as much as they can for as little work as possible, and businesses want as much profit whilst paying the lowest wage possible. So when people talk about making the UK more attractive for business, what they are saying is everyone must be poorly paid and must be miserable so business can rake in more profits. It's that simple. Now, people might be like, oh, surely it's more complicated than that. It's not, right? The oligarch media, the business owners will use complicated language to sound like it's more of an important point than it really is. It's very, very simple.
All in chat. All in chat. Please vote. It just came into my head again. It comes back every so often to me.
They just want to make more money. Now, we need to stop putting authority on business leaders. One of the worst things about neoliberalism is making entrepreneurs, business owners, an authority figure on the economy. They're just pushing their own interests. Just like if a worker says, I want to be paid more, that doesn't make them an expert on the economy. And the rich are doing the same, but just in the other direction. They're simply saying, I want more profits. Yet neoliberalism has pushed this idea that they are experts. They have no clue about economics. The only experts on the economy are economists. Now, we're supposed to live in a democracy where people of this country matter, right? We're supposed to have a government that wants to make our lives better. But in doing so, it's always going to be in opposition to what big business wants. Now, let's be very, very clear. You'll hear this all the time. The rich do not create jobs. That is a lie. It's a neoliberal myth to convince us to worship the 1%. And I'm so fucking sick of the entire media and political class sucking up to the rich whilst we have children in poverty in the year 2025. Now, demand creates jobs. So if we don't have decent paying jobs, people won't have the money to spend to keep businesses open. Now, companies like Amazon, who pay little to no tax, pay people like shit, lay off workers for robots.
Spend your channel points as you wish or unwisely if you want. There is a wealth of things you can do with your channel points, Dan. Have fun. I will say for one thing, leave off slate a politician. I'll be getting round to that closer to the vote in May. So for the time being, leave off doing that one, please. I beg of you. But all the other ones, have fun.
How is that wealth creation? And what social value does Amazon create for society? People might say, Amazon, big company, creates jobs. Well, we have workers who literally piss in bottles because they're not allowed enough time to go to the toilet and they can barely pay rent. Now they're admitting that they want to lay off more workers for robots, and the fact that they've always paid little to no taxes. So again, what social value have they created? Is that wealth creation? The richer workers are, the more they can spend on non-essential commodities, which is actually great for small and medium-sized businesses. Now, we've had 45 years of Thatcher's neoliberalism. We've destroyed unions, cut taxes, and cut regulation. We've made policies that have been favourable to big business. And has that worked? I mean, look at your high street. What do you see? You see empty shops. You see left behind ghost towns. The only business you see are pound stretcher, super cheap junk chains, betting shops, and, maybe spoons. Is that the capitalism that we were all promised? Where's the vibrant market? I thought being favourable to the rich creates growth. And that's another thing. I mean, Gutto in that video says businesses create growth. That doesn't make any sense. When you understand what growth actually is, saying businesses create growth is actually a nonsensical sentence. What kind of growth? Where does it go? Growth is a terrible measurement of the healthy economy. It's like checking your waist measurement without checking the length. Growth is just numbers on a spreadsheet. It doesn't tell you anything. Usually growth depends on corporate profits, right? But that's not always a good thing, especially when low wages factor into profits. And corporate profits can also mean consumer debt. So think of Klarna. Think of the buy it, pay now apps and companies. Think about, being in debt to banks. Growth will take those figures and add it to the total value. So on paper, the economy is doing better. But when you analyze it, a lot of growth hinges on people being poorer. A lot of growth hinges on people being in debt. Now, of course, obviously, a lot of people are in debt to the banks. But you obviously have your house and you have that asset. You might be in debt by £300,000. That adds to the growth figure. But you would say that's kind of normal. But it's getting worse because now we're having like Uber offer buy now, pay later on food. Do you think that's a signal of a healthy economy? Because I don't think so. What we need is a bottom-up, middle-out growth policy. So the economy grows, but it's the people that benefits. And the media also ignores state-led growth. The government can be a fantastic source for growth. Infrastructure projects, create jobs, economic activity, and it can also boost the private sector. Now, we've made the economic argument, but let's talk about patriotism. I think this from Faiza Shaheen is brilliant on Question Time.
That most people have their roots in this country. They send their kids to a particular school. They don't want to leave like that. That evidence is just not there to support that argument. And what I would say for those people that are looking to leave, one, pay your taxes on the way out. We need a new exit tax. And secondly, be patriotic. We talk about caring about being British in this country, care about this country getting better. It's only going to get better if we do something about wealth inequality, if we do something about raising more funds to improve our public services.
And it's very funny how the media, especially right-wing media such as GB News, talk about patriotism, talk about caring about Britain, but side with the wealthy over this country and the people in it every single time. If you want to leave instead of paying your fair share of taxes, right, you're not a patriot. You couldn't give a damn about this country. And if you cared, then you'd be happy to pay taxes. You'd be happy to pay more taxes to fund our NHS, to properly fund public services, and support more government spending on tackling homelessness and child poverty. Now, of course, look, you can fund it anyway without taxes, but you have to tax it back in the end anyway. Otherwise, policy of quantitative easing, eventually that can actually trickle up to the rich. Plus, the main point of taxes is to reduce inequality, control inflation, etc. But at the end of the day, you still have to pay your taxes. Now, of course, this is a policy being considered by Reeves. It's not been announced, and there's every possibility they'll drop it. I mean, Labour are scared of media pushback, and since they've taken money from multi-millionaires and billionaires, their donors won't be happy with this. It's why it's so important, and it's more important than ever, to support left-wing parties, such as the Greens. And the stay inside Labour and fight from within doesn't work, but external pressure does.
Rejoice, comrades. James Holmes is here. Hi, James. Welcome in. How are you doing? Reza, this one's for you. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, emotes. Oh, brilliant emotes. Thank you for the emotes, James. Ooh. Here we go.
Thanks everyone for coming to this session on Peterloo to Chartism, the rise of the working class, which gives us a treasure trove of lessons really. This period contains so much inspiring history of the class struggle and the development of working class organisation and consciousness that unfortunately there's so much that I'm going to have to either
Ah.
Hey there, students. Welcome to the second part of my lecture on reform in Britain from 1815 to 1848. In the first part, I looked at the Reform Act of 1832, which expanded the franchise to where instead of 1 out of 12 adult men could vote, 1 out of 6 adult men could vote. And in this
Oh. I'll go to part one. Let's search. Oh no, I can't search.
Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention, please? For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tom Ritchie. Check.
Uh. Uh. Put away, put away. There we go. Oops. 9, 13. Ah, perfect. There we go. Ah, puzzles.
Hey there, students. I'm going to go ahead and give you a lecture on reform in Britain between 1815 and 1848. Going to break this up more than like.
Hi, Sozzled. Hi, Sozzled. Thank you for dropping by and saying hello. Hope you're doing well. I would love for you to stay. Maybe we'll talk later. I want your take on the defectors. I've been really wanting to talk to you about them, just to get your take on it. We can do it privately, of course. You can do it on Discord if you like. But get back to me when you can, because I really want to discuss some things with you. No rush, of course. Plenty of time before the holiday elections and everything.
Into a few parts, going to start with the situation leading up to the Reform Act of 1832. And since we're talking about English politics, let me give a quick shout out to everybody watching in Shetland, where the ponies come from. Like, I was just shocked. People actually watch my videos there, and that's awesome. So thank you, all of you in Shetland who are supporting my work on Twitter and all of that kind of stuff. So let's go into this as far as the Reform Act of 1832 and the circumstances leading up to it. So Karl Marx, who wrote the Communist Manifesto and all of that kind of stuff, he believed that in the early 19th century, the conditions in England were ripe for a proletarian revolution. He thought this is the first industrialized country. It's going to happen here first. But it's not how it happened. So let's see why things happen the way they did. Instead of a massive revolution, that there's really not one. In fact, with the revolutions of 1848, ends up being pretty quiet in England compared to other places on the.
Apathy. Sorry, Carl. I like you. You're amazing. Hence, Marxist. Funny that. Yeah, he really thought it was going to be here in Britain. He wasn't completely wrong, let's put it like that. Vested interests and everything, but quite a huge chunk of apathy here in the British people. We'd went through quite a lot by this point, even in 1832, and we've still got a couple more wars to get through, and little skirmishes in outlying areas within the empire. But apathy.
Continent.
Sucks,
So
really.
Parliament was made up of the House of Lords and the House of Commons. Those bodies still exist, and the House of Lords is still made up of hereditary nobility and church leaders. Now, the House of Commons at the time was elected, not in the same way it is today, where all
Revolutionary as
citizens
a
get to
night owl.
vote for their
Oh my God.
MPs, but there was very, very limited suffrage. There were property requirements, not only to vote, but also to hold office. You had to hold a certain amount of property, typically landed property, to vote, and then a certain amount of property, even higher than that, if you wanted to hold office. And so the House of Commons was dominated by landowners. In fact, there were people in the House of Commons who said that the House of Commons could buy the House of Lords 4 times over. And the thing that's kind of complicating representation at this time are rotten boroughs. Okay, now what a borough is a district, town, or administrative unit. In this case, it's kind of like a congressional district.
House of Landlords. Yeah. Something like 75% of them are basically landlords. ALAP. All lords are parasites. Any kind of lord. Hi, I'm a Republican if you can't tell. These leeches need to be dealt with. Go away. Deeply, deeply undemocratic. I hate the House of Lords. Don't get me wrong, fair enough, we've got the House of Commons. Yay. And with subsequent changes from this point onwards to what we have today. At least you can vote, and some people, don't get me wrong, a lot of them are fucking bastards and ghoulish cunts. Better party democracy on the ground is needed as well, obviously. And I want my country. Please, don't piss me off, I'll just dig the ditch myself. Or start a revolution here in Scotland and deal with yous all.
Or parliamentary district or something like that. And so this borough is, you know, this unit of representation, but the problem is that the population had shifted. You know, with the Industrial Revolution, you've got people moving out of the rural areas and into cities. And imagine if in the United States, for example, we were to have a presidential election and we were to use the electoral vote allocation from the 1912 election. Well, if you look here, you see that California and Florida are still very small states at this time as far as population. Things have changed in 100 years. Now, in the U.S. Constitution, districts are reallocated, the states are reallocated representation every 10 years according to the Constitution. But at this time, Britain did not have a systematic way to reallocate the districts. And so the districts did not represent the realities of representation. So you still had these rotten boroughs where nobody lived anymore, but they still had a member of parliament. Whereas a lot of these cities that are sprouting up, like Manchester and Liverpool, they have the same representation that they had before the Industrial Revolution. So this is inherently unfair that the rural areas are being represented much more than the urban areas. So the political parties that sprouted up at this time, the Tories and the Whigs. Now, this goes all the way back to the late 17th century, but what's going on here is these two parties, the Tories who will become the Conservatives and the Whigs who will kind of evolve into the Liberals. The Tories represented the landed gentry, whereas the Whigs represented this emergent class of businessmen. And as far as the rotten boroughs, they allowed the Tories, who represented these rural districts, to control Parliament. And to enrich themselves, all right? Because they're the ones who get to vote, they're the ones who are represented, and so they got to pass laws like the Corn Laws in 1815, which were a protective tariff on foreign wheat, or corn, as they would call it there. In the United States, when we think corn, we think, well, corn, all right? That's what we think about in the United States. But as far as this goes, corn, because I guess wheat technically has some corns, and, you know, what we call corn in America is a derivative of wheat or something like that.
They're the same plant, Tom. That's why they were called the Corn Laws. They're a form of wheat. You can develop it and create corn, like you're holding in your hand, but that's what the plant is. Just saying. So we've got other than corn, we've got other wheats, other grasses that we use that were brought into this law as well. Because we're good at growing certain types of wheats, certain types of corns and stuff here in the UK because of our soil composition. You need loam, which you have down in the southeast. Heavy clay up here to do like barley, sunspelt and stuff like that, but mostly barley up here because it is hardy. It can deal with the damp, heavy clay soil here. And as long as you put it in the right place and it gets shielded by dirty great big mountains, there seem to be a lot of them up here. And shield them from the worst of the worst of the rain, you can actually get quite good barley and stuff, which we can use for flowers as well. That's where you get your single malt from. For whiskey, they use barley as well.
I'm no farmer, I'm a historian, and so I'm just going to kind of stick with what I know. But just know that the corn laws, by our standards, were not even about corn. Now, as far as, they say in Shetland, where the ponies are, maybe they still call wheat corn or something like that, and maybe this is just something about American English versus British English. So, which in the international world, that means that y'all are right and we're wrong. So, moving on. Now, as far as the corn laws, what it did was it said, okay.
You said it, Tom, not me. Two great nations divided by the same language. I always found that phrase quite funny. And it is mostly accurate, funny enough. It's called wheat here, Tom. Sorry. Don't get me wrong, we've got corn as well. Mostly down in England. I've had to grow it up here because of the soil conditions.
Okay, we're going to place a tariff on foreign wheat because we want to protect the prices of wheat in this country, all right, domestic wheat. So we want to make sure that the people who grow the wheat, the landowners, keep in mind that ever since the agricultural revolution, that you've got these landowners who have these large farms, okay? You've got this commercial farming, and you don't have a lot of small farms. So it's really the rich people who are making the most money off of this because the prices are artificially jacked up because of the protective tariff. Now, of course, when we get into liberalism versus conservatism, liberalism is more about adopting free trade like Adam Smith or something like that. But free trade does not enrich the landed gentry at this time. So the corn laws are enriching the landed gentry at the expense of everyone else. And at this time, only 1 in 12 adult males could vote before 1832. And not even a wealthy factory owner could vote because the way that this was allocated and ruled that you had to have a certain amount of landed property, that it wasn't enough that, hey, I own a factory and I've got.
Some of the best arable land is on the east coast of Scotland. You are correct, Dan. Yeah. Same for my home shire as well. Brilliant arable crop. Brilliant arable crops in Perthshire and in parts of Lothian and parts of the kingdom as well, oddly enough. Most of your root veg and stuff are from Ayrshire, like tatties, leeks, things of that nature. They grow so many different types of tatty in Ayrshire and parts of Dumfries as well. So quite a lot of our heavy root veg that we use for our soups and stews and broths, they come from like Ayrshire and surrounding areas of Glasgow as well. And the East Coast and in the Highlands, that's where you get all your barleys, especially for your whisky, and lots of other arable crops that can get grown in the East Coast. And some of the best grazing up north as well, and in parts of Perthshire as well. The agriculture of Scotland's fucking awesome. I love it. I'm all for using local and things of that nature. Like the tatties that we buy, well, that I eat, that Super Hubby goes out and buys, are from Ayrshire. Heritage potatoes from Roots and Fruits. Love it.
I can
Island
prove it. I've
Burgundy,
got
bring
all
it
these
on.
children working for me and all of that kind of stuff, 12 hours a
Tatties.
day. So, all right, you still can't vote. And so keep in mind that the first people to agitate for the vote are not the working class, but the class of people that owns the factories. And what you see here,
Merchants.
you see that here are the Whigs who are trying to cut down the rotten borough system, and then there are the Tories who are trying to hold it up because you have people who have a vested interest in this system. It's like, hey, if only 13 people live in my district, then that makes it very easy for me to be represented in Parliament, basically representing myself, and I just have to shake a few hands or whatever, and we have a little mock election. And so there are people who want to hold this up, and then there are people who want to tear it down, and that has to do with, well, who benefits. And so the landed class is trying to defend this, while the industrial class is trying to cut it down. And so finally, the Reform Act of 1832 is passed, and redistricting is put into place to reflect the population shifts, and the rotten boroughs no longer exist after the Reform Act of 1832. And then we see suffrage for the urban middle class, okay? It lowers the property requirements and kind of amends them so that you no longer have to own land, and perhaps you don't have to be quite as rich as you had to be before. So now, instead of 1 in 12 being able to vote, 1 in 6 adult males can vote. So you have twice as many people eligible to vote after the Reform Act of 1832 than before. But then again, 5 out of 6 men still could not vote. So you still have a lot of people who are disenfranchised. And there is no suffrage for the working class. And that's what we'll get into in the next segment of this lecture about the Chartist. So stay tuned. Click there to go ahead and go to the lecture on the Chartist, part 2 really, of this lecture. Thank you. Hey there, students. Welcome to the second part of my lecture on reform in Britain from 1815 to 1848. In the first part, I looked at the Reform Act of 1832, which expanded the franchise to where instead of 1 out of 12 adult men could vote, 1 out of 6 adult men could vote. And in this segment, I'm going to be focusing on the Chartist. Quick shout out to Miss Mossbacker's class in Atlanta, Georgia at Cobb County Christian. Thank y'all so much for supporting my work. Hope to see y'all sometime. So we're going to look now at the Chartist, and we need to keep in mind that this Reform Act of 1832, while it expanded suffrage, it did not create democracy. Now keep in mind at this time, democracy wasn't really a goal because you have conservatives and liberals who made a deal to create the Reform Act of 1832, and both of these groups are concerned about the protection of property. And in the Reform Act of 1832, it lowered property requirements and altered things so you didn't necessarily have to own land, but there was still no suffrage for the working class because if these people can vote, they're not really going to be worried about the protection of property. Now, the working class, they feel differently. They feel like, well, you know what, I'm a citizen of this country, I should be able to vote too. And one of the most vocal working class movements in the early 19th century in England was the movement of the Chartists. All right, so the Chartists, who were they? All right, now, first of all, they're working class agitators, and conservative leaders resisted working class agitation in the very early part of the 19th century. The Peterloo Massacre in 1819, kind of named after the Battle of Waterloo, this was a working class protest, and the government decided, well, you know what? We know how to get rid of this. Let's call in the cavalry. Now, literally, not figuratively, all right? So literally, a cavalry charge.
The upper echelons of society got really kind of worried because there was a mass movement happening and they just basically sent in their stormtroopers and killed lots of people. Hence Peterloo Massacre. Delightful. Look, the poors are revolting. And basically came in and tried to end us all. Get wrecked, you landed gentry scum.
Into a
I'll do
working
that
class
next. I'll show you the
protest,
Peterloo Massacre.
killing 15 and injuring hundreds, not horses. There might have been some horses injured. I mean, I guess if you put a horse like into a hostile crowd, maybe. So, you know, but yeah, so hundreds, horses, a lot of people got injured and 15 people got killed here. So at first, the government is very hostile to these working class movements. And what happens here is in the 1830s, you see that the People's Charter starts to gain traction. And the whole idea of the People's Charter was something to make the government more accountable to the common people of Britain. So the Chartists are operating largely between 1838 and 1850, and these are working class activists who supported the People's Charter. Now, Chartism was defined by 6 points. The 6 points of Chartism are, first of all, universal male suffrage, that every man over 21 should be able to vote. Second, equal size electoral districts. So you shouldn't have one district here that has a certain amount of people and another district there that has less people or more people. Voting by secret ballot is the third point. Fourth, no property qualification for members of parliament, that anybody should be eligible to run for parliament. 5, pay for members of parliament. Keep in mind that what you're dealing with here is that before this, parliament wasn't paid. And not only do you have these property requirements that say, well, you must be this rich to enter or something like that, but also since it was a job and it didn't pay anything, you had to be wealthy to serve in Parliament. And then finally, 6, annual elections of Parliament, which all of the, to make the Parliament more accountable to the people. Really, what they're wanting here is direct democracy. Now, of course, in the United States, and even in the UK today, and in pretty much any westernized country, all of this stuff here is pretty much a given. Like, this stuff is not really radical, and if you think about it, it's really just in America in the 1830s, this stuff was already the case. You already had universal male suffrage and pay for members of Congress and equal-sized districts and all of that stuff. So what they want is democratic reform. They want more democracy. Now, keep in mind that the entrenched classes, whether liberal or conservative, they are scared of democracy. And for good reason, because the working class isn't really concerned about the protection of property like the liberals and the conservatives are. So as far as these 6 points of Chartism, this is a huge petition movement that is gathering in England at this time. And in 1839, the People's Charter got 1.3 million signatures. So I always feel like Dr. Evil or something. 1.3 million signatures. I don't have my Mr. Bigglesworth with me, or I'd pet that little cat. But the House of Commons did not accept the petition. All right, the House of Commons no, we got maybe they found a bendo.
Because the House of Commons at this point is a crock of shit. It's better in the long run for you, because if you really start pissing us off, we're just going to revolution your arse. Just saying, really. We do eventually get it, by the way. We don't get the vote until later on, until the 1900s. So women have only had suffrage for slightly over a century, which sucks.
On there, and they were like, nope, throwing the whole thing out, all right, that we don't even want to hear it. And so from 1838 to 1848, these Chartists start to demonstrate, and sometimes these demonstrations turn violent. You can see here a political cartoon, an etching or something like that, where you see Chartists who are coming to blows with the police. Now, there was a Chartist mural in Newport until 2013 when the building was torn down, but luckily somebody took a really cool panoramic photo of it that I'm about to show to you now. So this is going to go over the 6 demands of the Chartist. First of all, the secret ballot. Now, of course, you see the Chartist marching with pikes and maybe a pitchfork there of some sort of halberd or something like that, axe. These guys look pretty scary. But the secret ballot. A vote for all men over 21. All right, look at all those weapons there. A wage for members of Parliament. 300 constituencies of equal numbers of electors. Elections to Parliament every year. Now you see here a clash between the military and the Chartists. So again, some of these demonstrations turned violent. And then finally, abolish property ownership qualifications for members of Parliament. And once again, a violent demonstration here. And so in 1848, there was a great Chartist meeting. Now, of course, keep in mind that this is in 1848 where everything is running amok on the continent, in France, in Italy, in the German states, and all of those places. Keep in mind, I've got a series on the revolutions of 1848 that you might want to check out. But in England, What you have here, instead of a revolution, is you have a meeting, which is a large, peaceful demonstration. And so you see here that the Chartists have kind of learned their lesson, as you can see in this advertisement. Peace and order is our motto. So to the working men of London, fellow men, the press having misrepresented and vilified us and our intentions, the demonstration committee therefore consider it to be their duty to state that the grievances of us, the working class, are deep and our demands just. We and our families are pining in misery, want, and starvation. We demand a fair day's wages for a fair day's work. We are the slaves of capital. We demand protection to our labor. We are political serfs. We demand to be free. We therefore invite all well-disposed to join our peaceful procession on Monday next April 10th, as it is for the good of all that we seek to remove the evils under which we groan. Great propaganda tactic. If you are advocating on behalf of yourself, say that you're doing it for everybody, okay? We're doing this on behalf of all, not just our group. And you can see here there's some language that may be a little bit scary. You can kind of see some sort of Marxist, like working class movement kind of language here. And so you can see why the entrenched classes would be a bit scared of the Chartists. It's like, what do these people want? And if these people get a say in the government, then what kind of laws are they going to advocate for? So, you know, people have some valid concerns. But this meeting was very large. And the attendance estimates, the Chartists said they had over 300,000 people there. The government said, nah, that was only about 15,000. The Sunday Observer, a newspaper, said there were about 50,000. Now, when we look at point of view analysis, and that's the whole point of thinking about point of view skills, POV.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. Sorry, Tom. I'll see if I can find a better one, or we could do the Peterloo Massacre, which is always a good point to bring up. Because we scared them so much, they just went outright, fuck it, we need to end these people. Entrenched inherent vanities and all that, entrenched views, entrenched lives like that, because capitalists are bastards. Oh, I always see it as well, Reza. Their system is completely different, obviously. Their system sucks even worse than ours, for crying out loud. Ours is shit.
Is when we think about, well, the Chartists, they're going to want to exaggerate their numbers, so we probably shouldn't trust that. The government, they want the numbers to be as small as possible because they don't want to see that there was a big demonstration. And then the newspaper, their motive would more than likely be, well, they report the news. And also, their number happens to be in the middle. So if we were to estimate for ourselves, okay, about how many people were at this great Chartist meeting, we might say around 50,000. So, you know, this is a great chance to exercise POV analysis for those of you taking AP classes and you've got, you know, a DBQ or something like that. So just to review, let's go over the 6 points of Chartism one more time. 1. Universal male suffrage. 2. Equal sized electoral districts. 3. Voting by secret ballot. 4. No property qualification. 5. Pay for members of Parliament. And 6. Annual elections of Parliament. Now keep in mind that 1 through 5 have happened, and 6 has not happened, and it's probably good because at some point when you elect people, they need to be able to govern, and they don't need to make every single decision on which way the wind is blowing or something like that. So keep in mind that the Chartists, in the short term, their demands were not acted upon. But in the long term, everything but annual elections eventually took effect. And another thing to keep in mind is the reason why there's not a big revolution in 1848 in England is because while Parliament did not necessarily act on the Chartist.
UK! Stop saying England! There's more than England. There's Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Okay. And Ireland at this point. Stop saying England! You'll be pissing a lot of Scots and Welsh people off, by the way. You're pissing me off. I'm just about coping. Yeah.
petition, they did see that they would have to do some things. So in lieu of acting upon the Chartist petition, Parliament passed 3 laws during this time that were helpful in quelling the popular agitation. First of all, the Mines Act in 1842, which I believe kept like women and children out of the mines.
That might be easier
Second,
for them.
in 1846, the Corn Laws were repealed. This is something I'm going to get into in detail in the next segment. And then 3, the 10-Hour Act in 1847, which said that women and children could only work 10 hours a day. All right, yeah, men, sorry, but, at least women and children have some protection that they can work no more than 10 hours a day, and that cuts out some of the most abusive labor practices.
What the fuck? Yes, 10-Hour Act. Here, have this, little scummy troll people. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, and we're trying, trust me, there's lots of UK streamers who are reaching out to amenable leftist streamers in the US to say to them, correct, Elron, to a certain extent, there's still people working 12+ hours a day, up to 16 hours. I've heard of some truck drivers doing 20 hours a day, which isn't physically possible. The tachograph does exist. Oh, my stepdad showed me his tachograph. No, the actual printout that you get from it. It looked like gobbledygook to me. He did explain it, so I understand it and what it does. What happens if you go over it? Did you get like censured or anything, or is it who you're driving for? Do they get a slap on the wrist? Yeah, they have the cheek to moan about wealth taxes. Get wrecked. Seriously, we're not taxing you enough. Tax wealth, not work. They get wealthy on the backs of other people, so fuck them. They deserve to pay more tax. And if the parasites want to fuck off, exit tax their arse. I would set it higher than 20%, by the way. I'd probably set it at like 45 to 60%. So go for the compromise with me. 50% if they want to fuck off. Like, fine, leave. Get wrecked. We're taking 50% of your fucking assets. You're in good place here, Reza. Don't worry, I'm a Republican as well. They shouldn't exist. It's the 21st century, for fuck's sake. They shouldn't even exist back then, for crying out loud.
That existed at that time.
Ridiculous.
And of course, Frederick Engels, the Marxist, the guy that wrote the Communist Manifesto with Karl Marx, he's disappointed in this because he's seeing this movement die down. And what he wrote here is, in order to divert you from the People's Charter, the only goal important to you, they spawn all sorts of projects for superficial reforms. So what's happened here is that Marx and Engels said that there was going to be like this huge violent revolution in England, and instead it doesn't happen. Because when it comes down to it, a violent revolution isn't necessarily what the working class wants. They want a government that just doesn't ignore them.
Citation needed. Thanks. There was communists after a fashion back then. There were, trust me on that, I've read the literature on it. Proto-communists, if you wish. There were people who thought like I'm thinking right now. Back then, best part of 200 fucking years ago, these people did exist. We were there. Yeah, it's hurting my soul. Let's get through. He seems to be covering it a little bit well. for an American at least. We need
And
to get
that's
Kev to
what
do it.
they end up getting. So reform from above is what's going to happen in the early 19th century in Britain rather than radical agitation. So when the upper classes voluntarily reform, then the lower classes will keep quiet, because really when it comes down to it, who really wants a violent revolution? So in the next segment, I'm going to look at the Corn Laws. Go ahead and proceed there, and that's going to wrap up my three-part series on reform.
Do we want to cover the Corn Laws, or do we want to go into the Peterloo Massacre? I don't think the Corn Laws are necessary. Okay, we'll cover it.
Reform in Britain in the early 19th century. See you in a bit. Hey there, students. Welcome to the third part of my three-part lecture series on reform in Britain in the early 19th century. If you've been following along, then you've seen that we have discussed the Reform Act.
Hi, Tom. Hi, Tom. History Hub. Timelines. Remembered. Stuff you missed in history class. In history. Radical history? Yeah, radical history.
My mum always used to tell me, Luke, people died for your right to vote. And I always thought, yeah, sure, it was probably this one time long ago. Well, actually, more recently than I realised, people in Britain really did lose their lives fighting for the vote. Without the deaths of those people, I wouldn't have the privilege today. Okay, Mum, I've stopped taking it for granted now. I'm Luke Pierce, and this is the Radical History channel, where we bring to light the people throughout history who risked everything for the social, economic, and democratic rights we enjoy today. In the early part of the 19th century, in a major British city, a group of people came together to challenge a rotten voting system that helped the privileged at the expense of everyone else, and met with the panicked, lethal overreaction of that privileged elite. The ensuing massacre revealed the lengths to which those in power will go in order to dispel threats to their power. But in the case of Peterloo, the effect was the reverse of what the politicians intended, because by killing the protesters, they opened the gates to democracy. Today, Manchester is a thriving city in the northwest of England with a population of more than 500,000 people. It's represented by 5 members of parliament. In 1819, Manchester had 60,000 inhabitants and no members of parliament directly represented the city. In fact, the whole county of Lancashire was just represented by 2 MPs. Of the 1 million people who lived in Lancashire at the time, only 17,000 had the right to vote. This imbalance between voters and the parliamentary representation affected all of Britain. In 1791, political activist Thomas Paine wrote, "The county of Yorkshire, which contains near 1 million souls, sends 2 county members, and so does the county of Rutland, which contains not 100th part of that number. The town of Old Sarum, which contains not 3 houses, sends 2 members, and the town of Manchester, which contains upwards of 60,000 souls, is not admitted to send any. Is there any principle in these things?" The British system was in urgent need of reform, but that didn't suit members of parliament who wanted to keep their voters under control. You can't do that when everyone has a say. You'd have to start doing things that were popular. The political atmosphere in Britain was already tense. In that same year that Thomas Paine was writing Rights of Man, revolutionaries in neighbouring France had upended their political system by decapitating those at the top. Only 8 years before that, the United States had won independence from Britain in the American Revolutionary War. In Britain, the powers that were nervous. There's Prime Minister Robert Jenkinson looking very nervous. The citizens of Manchester were suffering. There was high unemployment after the war with Napoleon. The price of bread was soaring thanks to the Corn Laws. People were poor, starving, and had little to occupy them. They believed in a political solution to their problems, if only they...
You'd think some of the people in the House of Lords and the House of Commons would fucking learn. And quite a few of them have done history. They don't learn, especially the House of Lords, especially the fucking monarchy. They never fucking learn. You'd think they'd set up and listen for a change. We're getting so disaffected and so fucking angry at them. There's only so far they can fucking push us before we start reacting to what they're doing to us. Just saying, as a revolutionary, of course.
They had the power. In 1817, delegates from across the country organised a petition which was presented to the House of Commons by radical Whig MP Thomas Cochrane. Outside Parliament, a crowd of radicals led by Henry Hunt cheered as the petition asserted that your honourable House doth not in any constitutional or rational sense represent the nation, that when the people have ceased to be represented, the Constitution is subverted, that taxation without representation is a state of slavery. Parliament ignored the petition. They hoped the petitioners' grievances would go away. They didn't. Half the total population of Manchester had signed the petition, and they'd been ignored. In 1819, the Manchester Patriotic Union was formed with the express intention to secure parliamentary reform. In August, the MPU organised a mass rally to consider the most effective means of achieving a reform of the parliamentary system. Their star speaker was Henry Hunt. By the way, if you're enjoying this, please take a moment to click that like button just below. It really makes a huge difference to our ability to carry on making these videos. Henry Hunt, who had led the cheers outside Parliament for the 1817 petition, was a Bristol-born farmer who had ideas that were radical for their time. Equal rights, universal suffrage, parliamentary reform, and even an end to child labour. Imagine that. And the Tories were so worried about Hunt's influence that they intercepted his letters. It was a misunderstanding of one of the letters they intercepted that led to a terrible massacre. Joseph Johnson, secretary of the MPU, wrote to Hunt saying, "Nothing but the greatest exertions can prevent an insurrection." I believe that Johnson saw Hunt as a calming force, and this letter was a plea to Hunt to use his oratory to channel the crowd's energy towards a peaceful demonstration. The government read this letter and took it as evidence that an armed rising was being planned. Hunt actually foresaw this. He said, "Our enemies will seek every opportunity by means of their sanguinary agents to incite a riot, that they may have a pretence for spilling our blood." Even so, the Attorney General's legal advice was that troops shouldn't intervene unless an actual riot had started. That advice was ignored. So while the Manchester Patriotic Union was urging organising committees to observe cleanliness, sobriety, order and peace, and a prohibition of all weapons of offence or defence, the government was preparing to face down an armed uprising. Local magistrates, eager to show the workers who was in charge, sent 600 men of the 15th Hussars, several hundred infantrymen, a Royal Horse Artillery unit with 2 6-pounder guns, 400 men of the Cheshire Yeomanry, 400 special constables, and 120 cavalry of the Manchester and Salford Yeomanry. The Manchester and Salford Yeomanry were relatively inexperienced militia recruited from local shopkeepers and tradesmen, mostly publicans. What could possibly go wrong? Groups came on foot from across Lancashire to participate in the rally at St Peter's Field in Manchester. They carried banners demanding universal suffrage and an end to the ruinous Corn Laws. Included among them was a large number of women, dressed distinctively in white, the mark of female reform societies that had sprung up in the area. One banner survives to this day in the Middleton Public Library. It's the world's oldest political banner. It bears the words, "Liberty and Fraternity." The meeting was observed by William Hulton, chairman of the city's magistrates. When Henry Hunt's oratory drew wild approval from the Assembly, Hulton issued an arrest warrant for Hunt and the organisers. He instructed the Manchester Yeomanry to come to the scene. What followed was a fiasco. The cavalry pushed through the crowd until their horses were trapped. The riders lost their temper with the people around them and started slashing out with their sabres. Meanwhile, foot soldiers rushed into the crowd in an attempt to disperse it. This led to widespread panic, and the protesters were driven in on themselves. All escape routes were blocked by infantry with bayonets fixed, driving people back into the melee and compounding the crush. Within 20 minutes, St Peter's Field was awash with blood. 18 people were killed, hundreds more suffered horrific injuries. The name Peterloo is a portmanteau of St Peter's Field, where the riot occurred, and Waterloo, after the battle that had taken place 4 years earlier. While it gives the inaccurate impression of a pitched battle between two armies, in this event only one side was armed, it helped to evoke the bloodshed of that day. The term was coined by the Manchester Observer newspaper, which was forced to shut down in the aftermath of the massacre. In fact, many who covered the event were fined and imprisoned for sedition. Needless to say, the establishment was flexing its muscles. The organisers of the rally were placed under arrest arrest. The magistrates responsible for the slaughter were exonerated, and the Prince Regent wrote to thank them personally for keeping the peace. But what happened had made an imprint on the nation's consciousness. The government's murderous reaction to peaceful protests could not be erased from the national memory. Despite the arrests, Peterloo was still reported in the press. Commemorative items such as handkerchiefs, plates and medals were made. Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote The Mask of Anarchy, which embraced the principle of non-violent resistance. In the uneasy decade that followed Peterloo, calls for reform became unstoppable. In 1832, Hunt presented the very first petition in support of women's suffrage to Parliament. It wasn't a success, but the first blow had been struck. In the same year, the Great Reform Act expanded the voting base, giving cities proper representation and removed some of the rotten boroughs. It wasn't democracy as we know it today, but it was a major...
Thanks, Gribby. Yeah, that's on a plaque that's in my stepdad's little summer house, essentially.
major step towards it. St Peter's Field is now known as St Peter's Square. It's bordered by Manchester Central Library and crisscrossed by tram lines. It's still the focus of demonstrations in the city. It will always be remembered for its role in pushing the United Kingdom towards the democracy it practices today. The events of Peterloo became a symbol for the struggle against state oppression. The cat was out of the bag. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to watch this video on the Chartist uprising in Newport, when Democratic campaigners decided on a violent approach to achieving their goals. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to click the thumbs up button below. I've been Luke Pearce, and you've been watching the Radical History channel.
Libby, are you in the Discord? Can you post that in the Discord? Hang on, I'll post it anyway. Give me a minute, comrades. They don't do outright violence, not yet at least. But yeah, the same root of oppression is still on our necks. Invite, link. Come on. Come on. Ta-da! Link to Numpty Women Discord. Feel free to join if you're not already there. Ooh, that might be fun. It took until the 1900s for me to get the
When we vote today, it's rightly taken for granted that women play an equal part in the process with men. It might shock us to recall that this has only been the case for less than 100 years. My great-grandmother, whom I actually met as a baby, didn't have the right to vote as a young woman. Women's suffrage was ultimately won in 1928, and the struggle is normally characterised in terms of the different tactics employed by two major groups, the suffragists and the suffragettes. But what was the real difference between them? Did one group make more of an impact than the other? And were they the only factors in gaining women the vote? I'm Luke Pearce, and this is the Radical History channel, where we talk about the heroes, the heroines and the campaigners who fought for democratic and social freedoms through the ages. By the late 19th century, the movement for women's suffrage had been gathering momentum for decades. For over 70 years, women had been working to gain suffrage by political means. A wide range of groups lobbied the government and drove up support through letters, petitions and public meetings. And there had been some progress on women's rights. Women gained the right to divorce their husbands in 1857 thanks to the Matrimonial Causes Act. Then women gained rights over their own earnings and property in 1882 from the Married Women's Property Act. Married women even won the right to vote in local elections from the Local Government Act 1894, but women still weren't granted the right to vote in parliamentary elections. Many MPs supported women's suffrage, and it was debated in Parliament almost yearly from the 1870s onwards, but a majority rejected every bill. In 1897, local societies merged into the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies, the NUWSS, known as the Suffragists, led by Millicent Fawcett. The NUWSS, which boasted 50,000 members at its peak, continued the practice of peaceful lobbying and campaigning, but 6 years later, they weren't any closer to the vote. Emmeline Pankhurst, who'd been active in the emerging Labour Party for several years, grew frustrated with the failure to advance women's rights. In October 1903, she hosted a meeting of Labour women in her home in Manchester. Her purpose was clear from her invitation, which read, "Women, we must do the work ourselves. We must have an independent women's movement. Come to my house tomorrow and we will arrange it." Pankhurst founded the Women's Social and Political Union, or WSPU, that day. The WSPU gained national attention in 1906 when Christabel Pankhurst and her friend Annie Kenny were arrested for disrupting a meeting of the Liberal Party. According to a report in the Guardian newspaper, when Liberal Party leaders refused to answer their questions about women's suffrage, Christabel and Kenny stood on their chairs and yelled and shrieked to the utmost of their ability. When policemen tried to remove them, they fought back, spitting in the face of the police superintendent. Christabel defended herself in court by saying, "We cannot make any orderly protest because we have not the means whereby citizens may do such a thing. We have not a vote, and so long as we have not votes, we must be disorderly. There is no other way whereby we can put forward our claims to political justice. When we have that, you will not see us at the police courts, but so long as we have not..."
Rejoice, comrades! Radical anarchist Story Girl is here. Hi, Gemma. Watcher. How goes it? Everyone, go and follow Story Girl. She is awesome. Great to see you, darling.
Votes, this will happen. WSPU membership multiplied.
Women got the vote down there before we got it up here, didn't you? You'd got universal suffrage before we did. It goes. It goes well for me. Super happy put the heating on when he went through to bed earlier on. So I am nice and toasty. I don't need to wear my cardi. And you can see my floppy arms. I do feel rather good. My keyboard, my laptop is nice and cool, but I am toasty, which is a good thing. Still next to the window, of course. It's still a kind of breeze getting through the curtains. But other than that, I'm doing well. My right knee's still swollen to fuck though. Kind of stiff. Yes, nice and toasty. I hate the cold and damp. It goes right through me, for fuck's sake. Maybe moving down to Adelaide would be helpful to me. You get much rain? I'm not good in damp. I know it must rain down there at some point. But you've got sun. You've got fiery yellow orb. We do get fiery yellow orb. It's just occluded by a fuck ton of clouds. It's fun living in Scotland in winter. I'm going to get sore and stiff for the next few months. That'll be fun. Plus, I've got a fuck ton of blankets and stuff and the hot water bottles to fend off the worst of the damp and cold. Plus, if I need to, I will nick my super hubby's warm clothes. He will have no say. I will just fucking nick them. Oh my god! I did not know that, Scribby. Thank you. Educating me tonight. Thank you very much. Is that the style of fighting he gave to Holmes? I've read a few Holmes in my life. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was a weird one, wasn't he? I remember getting told about the backlash by my English teacher when he ended Sherlock Holmes from the readers saying, "What?" And he brought him back. He fell into the Reichenbach Falls. He was fucking dead. But he caved to the pressure. Oh, right. Thanks, Elron.
Applied overnight as women rallied to the WSPU's new motto, deeds not words. They discovered a new way to avoid being sidelined and have their voices heard around the country. The term suffragette was initially a derogatory term. It was first used by the Daily Mail in 1906 and was intended as a slur. But activists in the all-female Women's Social and Political Union embraced the term. They pronounced it suffragette, underlining their determination to get the vote.
They even named their magazine after it.
Fawcett, as leader of the NUWSS, was committed to gaining the vote through the existing legal framework. She described the work of the suffragists as being like a glacier, slow-moving but unstoppable. She sought to represent women as rational, capable and worthy of the responsibility of the vote. Pankhurst, leading the WSPU, believed women had waited long enough for a political solution from an entirely male political system. She had no interest in being seen as respectable. Rather, she wanted to demonstrate women's power. She believed women could force the government's hand by refusing to obey laws they had no say in creating. Fawcett actually wrote to the Times in 1906 expressing her support for the suffragettes. Far from injuring the movement, the suffragettes have done more during the last 12 months to bring it within the region of practical politics than we have been able to accomplish in the same number of years. Even the press spoke out in favour of the movement. In the same year, the Daily Mirror wrote, "By what means but screaming, knocking and rioting did men themselves ever gain what they were pleased to call their rights?" But by 1908, suffragettes were embracing violence and property damage. They cut telephone wires, burned down the houses of politicians, set cricket pavilions alight and carved slogans into golf courses, which led to arrests. Arrested suffragettes carried on the fight in the prisons. In 1909, Marion Wallace Dunlop went on hunger strike in Holloway. Other suffragette prisoners followed Dunlop's lead. The authorities resorted either to force feeding the women or releasing those who became dangerously sick before re-arresting them once they were well.
Fun fact, they literally force fed the tubes right down into the esophagus. Sometimes they missed and hit the trachea, which the windpipe had choked the suffragettes. That was fun. But yeah, literally force feeding us, causing great damage to our esophagus and parts of our stomach and our lower intestines. Brilliant. Just to get the fucking vote. They literally tortured us. Always a fun time.
The legislation enabling this treatment became known as the Cat and Mouse Act. Rather than back down, the suffragettes leveraged this response in their favour. To undermine public support for the government, they created poster campaigns showing how brutally they were being treated. Outside the prisons, women were taking militancy to a whole new level. They slashed paintings, planted bombs, and even threw a hatchet at the Secretary of State. The government was struggling to contain the suffragettes' actions. Pankhurst believed that eventually they would have no choice but to back down. Fawcett and the horrified suffragists were determined to distance themselves from the suffragettes' violence. In 1913, they organised a peaceful pilgrimage. 50,000 women marched from all over Britain to London to express both their determination to get the vote and their commitment to abide by the law. Other women chose to distance themselves still further from the movement. In 19...
We can't abide by the law if we don't have a say in it. Fuck off. Sorry, suffragists. But yeah, we had to do this. We got fed up. We were literally treated as second-class citizens. We still are in certain respects. We don't have full democratic rights as women. Lots of working class people don't. Force feeding us, torturing us in prisons, essentially. It's fun. Best part of 30 years. No, hang on. Over 30 years, you'd had the right to vote before we got it here in the UK. Brilliant. Love it. Fucking sucks. We literally had to do this. There was no peaceful or lawful way to actually gain the vote. That's why the suffragettes existed, or the suffragettes existed. We literally had to do these acts to get the vote for ourselves. See what happens when you push us too far or not give us what we're wanting to get full democratic rights. And I say we still don't have full democratic rights here in the UK. Great swaths of this country still get belittled, demeaned, and literally sidelined. It's fun. I'm here to bring it all down.
In 2008, Mary Humphrey Ward founded the Anti-Suffrage League, which campaigned against women being granted the vote and gathered 250,000 signatures. Things were coming to a head. Whether or not you condoned the actions of the suffragettes, the campaign for women's suffrage was very much in the national consciousness. But in 1914, all of this came to an abrupt halt.
It was.
When World War I broke out and women stepped up to fill jobs at home or as medical staff on the front lines, both Fawcett and Pankhurst urged their followers to support the war effort. The NUWSS did continue to write to members of Parliament requesting votes for women, but the war transformed.
Nope, I wouldn't have supported it. That's just me. And this is the point where my great grandparents were alive. By the way, they were in their early 20s at this point. All four of my great grannies and my great granddads, they were alive during this time. One of my granddads had the vote. Neither of my great grandparents did. My mum's mum, my granny, she was born in 1921. So by the time she got to her majority when she was able to vote, was it still 21 or 18? I can't remember. So she would have been 21 in 1942. We did have the vote by then. Grandad was 15. He would have got the vote 33 or 35. So a few years before my gran. And my dad's parents were a little bit younger. They were born after my mum's parents. So they would have got the vote in like just after the war. 1925 and 1928. 1925 for my granddad and 1928 for my granny. So they would have had their vote after the war.
The political landscape. About 60% of the male population had the right to vote at the time, which meant that many of the young men fighting and dying in the trenches did not. The government didn't want to deny the vote to returning war heroes, but if they made this concession to men, they had to make some sort of concession to women too. In 1918, a massive majority voted to grant suffrage to all men over 21 and to the 8 million women who were over 30 or owned property. It would be another 10 years before women like my great-grandmother were granted equal voting rights, but at last that goal was in sight. Some argue that the suffragettes actually slowed down progress towards women's suffrage by undermining the image of women as responsible. In Parliament, votes in favour of women's suffrage reduced when militancy was at its peak, but peaceful campaigning on its own had achieved little over the best part of a century. There was little to stop politicians from making empty promises and postponing female suffrage indefinitely. The suffragettes changed public perception of what women were capable of. As Professor Jane Purvis put it, that women went to prison for a cause they believed in and endured the torture of forcible feeding, challenged sexist stereotypes that the female sex was feeble, irrational and uninterested in politics. Perhaps the two groups helped each other. The suffragists put forward rational arguments. The suffragettes made it impossible to ignore the issue. But the First World War also led to a change in the perception of women's capabilities and roles. The women who worked as coal miners and road layers, in munitions factories and served in France as nurses, all contributed to this change. Whether they were suffragists or suffragettes didn't matter. Ultimately, given the ultra-male dominated political landscape of the time, change had to happen in the minds of men in power. It helped that by 1918, many of the old guard MPs who'd opposed votes for women had been replaced by younger men who supported it. Following the war, MPs argued that women had shown themselves equal to men and were now worthy of the vote. There's still not something quite right about that, but perhaps we should focus on the bigger picture. Women had finally won what was rightfully theirs. If you enjoyed this video, you're probably going to enjoy this video over here about what happened before the suffragettes when ordinary people were campaigning for democracy in Britain.
Year 6. Hires? Were you doing your O levels? Your A levels? You're not O levels, O levels. Was that still secondary? Was that like 5th or 6th year? Ooh. I'll just move that up so it doesn't play. I will be back momentarily, comrades. Then we can do that one from Radical History. That one would be fun. This will hit on some of my area of expertise from my degree. I'll be back momentarily. Rejoice, I am back. Reza, educate me, please. Year 6, what age were you? So I can equate it up here. Give me a minute. It's so comfy. Up there. Hmm.
Following the surrender of German forces in 1945, Allied soldiers uncovered the horrific reality of Nazi death camps such as Auschwitz, Dachau and Belsen. At least 11 million people, including Jews, Slavs, disabled people and homosexuals, had been murdered as a result of Nazi genocidal policy. That policy was directly inspired by the pseudoscience of eugenics, the idea that it's possible and desirable to improve the genetic quality of a human population. And while the Allies naturally abhorred the detestable crimes of the Nazis and punished the wrongdoers after the war, the uncomfortable truth is that Britain and America were the original breeding grounds for those same eugenic ideas. Modern eugenics had its origin in the 19th century with British scientist Francis Galton. A polymath who made important contributions to many fields, Galton was hugely influenced by his cousin Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. In his first chapter, titled Variation Under Domestication, Darwin explains how different breeds within a species are often produced from a common ancestor by a process of selective breeding. Galton was the first person to apply Darwin's ideas to humans. Convinced that traits like intelligence and ability were entirely determined by genetics, he asked whether it would be possible to give the more suitable races of blood a better chance of prevailing over the less suitable than they otherwise would have had. In 1883, Galton gave his new idea a name, eugenics, which he defined as the science of improving stock. By the turn of the 20th century, Britain's ruling establishment was looking for ways to make Britain a stronger, healthier and more productive nation. Galton's ideas began to attract interest. Eugenics was seen as a panacea. If the population was simply made better, then so many problems would be solved, from crime to poverty to mental illness. The liberal reformer William Beveridge, architect of the welfare state, and the economist John Maynard Keynes, a key thinker in 20th century liberal economics, were both prominent supporters. Even British liberals and progressives became enthusiastic about policies such as forced sterilisation, which, if enacted, they believed could eradicate negative traits from the population. These negative traits ranged from specific mental disabilities to more abstract characteristics such as laziness or criminality, which many at the time believed were inherited. The Eugenics Education Society was founded in 1907. It argued, among other things, that poverty was rooted in the genetic deficiency of the working classes, and that the feeble-minded should be prevented from having children. 30 years before he led Britain to victory against Nazi Germany, Winston Churchill was honorary vice president of the Eugenics Education Society. In 1910, Churchill warned Prime Minister Herbert Henry Asquith about the very terrible danger to the race posed by the multiplication of the unfit, and as Home Secretary, Churchill went on to propose a series of eugenic policies, including forced sterilisation and the prevention of marriage between those judged mentally unfit. He also planned labour colonies where the criminally feeble-minded could be detained. Long before anyone knew Hitler's name, Churchill was using the sort of language that would later be used by the Nazis to describe those who failed to live up to the standards of the master race. Around the same time, eugenics took root in the United States. In 1906, the inventor of cornflakes, J.H. Kellogg, founded the Race Betterment Foundation in Michigan. In 1911, the eugenicist Charles Davenport founded the Eugenics Record Office in New York. Kellogg and Davenport believed that eugenic policies could alleviate the economic burden caused by certain undesirable members of society, especially the disabled and the mentally ill. They enjoyed the financial backing of huge corporate foundations, including the Carnegie Institute and the Rockefeller Foundation. They held conferences, printed adverts for eugenic marriages, and published their research in journals and newspapers. The campaigns worked. In 1907, the state of Indiana passed the first compulsory sterilization law in the world. By 1924, 15 different states had passed similar legislation. These laws were passed in the hope that those deemed unfit to reproduce and the mentally ill wouldn't be able to pass on their inferior genes to the next generation. And these were popular policies. In 1937, Fortune
Going on the Scottish system, what year is 6?
Magazine poll found that 2/3 of Americans supported eugenic sterilisation of mental defectives and 63% supported sterilisation of criminals. Between 1907 and 1963, over 65,000 people were sterilised against their will. Relative to the American population, a disproportionate number of those targeted were black, Hispanic and Native American women. This demonstrates just how quickly the idea of eradicating negative traits was unmasked as a racist agenda. Eugenics led American policymakers to act even more atrocious than forced sterilisation. A 1911 Carnegie report explored 18 different potential methods for removing defective genetic attributes and proposed euthanasia at number 8. One influential American textbook, Applied Eugenics by Paul Popenoe of the American Eugenics Society, argued that the first method which presents itself to cleanse the gene pool is execution. Its value in keeping up the standard of the race should not be underestimated. These ideas were actually put into practice in some states. One mental institution in Lincoln, Illinois, fed its patients milk that had been infected with tuberculosis in order that the genetically weak among them would be killed off. For eugenicists across the globe, the United States was the shining example of what eugenics could achieve. In Mein Kampf, published in 1925, Hitler lavished praise on American eugenicists. He claimed that he had studied with great interest the laws of several American states concerning prevention of reproduction by people whose progeny would be of no value or be injurious to the racial stock. Hitler and Churchill agreed. America was doing a great job of eradicating the unfit through eugenic legislation. One American eugenicist Hitler particularly admired was the lawyer Madison Grant. In 1916, Grant published The Passing of the Great Race, in which he lamented the pollution of the Nordic race by other inferior races. Grant was less coy than earlier eugenicists about the racist basis of his thinking. To him, the solution was clear. The American population needed to be purified through immigration restriction, selective breeding, and sterilization. He argued that a rigid system of selection through the elimination of those who were weak or unfit would solve the whole question in 100 years, as well as enable us to get rid of the undesirables who crowd our jails, hospitals and insane asylums. The Passing of the Great Race was the first non-German book to be reprinted by the Nazis when they took power. Hitler himself wrote to Grant saying, "The book is my Bible." Hitler also deeply admired Henry Ford. As well as his motor company, Ford owned a newspaper called the Dearborn Independent, which, from 1920 onwards, regularly published articles on the so-called Jewish question. The articles employed all the classic anti-Semitic conspiratorial tropes, that Jews secretly ran the world, controlled the media, and started wars for their own profit. These articles proved highly popular among the American public, and were published in a book as The International Jew. This book went on to become a huge influence on many leaders of the Nazi Party. Baldur von Schirach, head of the Hitler Youth, said, "The decisive anti-Semitic book I was reading and the book that influenced my comrades was that book by Henry Ford, The International Jew. I read it and became anti-Semitic. Hitler had a large portrait of Ford in his office, and in 1938 Ford was awarded the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, the highest medal Nazi Germany could bestow on a foreigner. He had, after all, helped to inspire the Nazi project." While eugenics may have been mainstream in Britain and America, there were those who saw it for what it was, a pseudoscience driven more by racism than by academic research. The anthropologist Franz Boas took aim at the eugenic idea that it's our genetic makeup that determines who we become. Instead, Boas argued our social and cultural environments play a much more significant role in shaping our character and ability than anything in our DNA. Notable among the opponents of eugenics was the English author and philosopher G.K. Chesterton. In 1913, when the British Parliament was debating the Mental Deficiency Act, which led to the institutionalisation of those deemed mentally deficient, Chesterton argued that the aim of such institutionalisation was to prevent any person whom these propagandists do not happen to think intelligent from having any wife or children. He pointed out that anyone could be accused of mental deficiency, from tramps and labourers to eccentric rustics, concluding, "That is the situation, and that is the point. We are already under the eugenist state, and nothing remains to us but rebellion." This was Chesterton's battle cry to the people of Europe, long before the genocidal realities of eugenic thinking were brought to light. But his rallying cry was ignored. When Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in 1933, one of the earliest laws he passed was the Law for the Prevention of Hereditary Diseased Offspring, which enabled the compulsory sterilisation of citizens with genetic disorders. This legislation was directly...
And at this point, we still didn't know the full genetic code and how everything works. Remember that. And there's eugenicists still alive and kicking today, still spouting their fucking pseudoscience garbage, vile, disgusting people who need to be dealt with. They want to take out people like me who are disabled, who are inherently flawed because I can't have children. I can't give progeny to this movement, to this dystopian ideal. Just because I can't have children doesn't mean I can't make a worthwhile contribution to society. So fuck off, you eugenicist bastards. Being able to produce for your nation is not vital. But being disabled and being barren, if you wish, deem me unworthy to have a place in society. Get wrecked. Fuck off, you bastards.
based on the model eugenical sterilisation law devised by the American eugenicist Harry L. Laughlin. Germany was imitating the American states, which had already passed the same laws. Harry Laughlin was given an honorary degree by Heidelberg University for his work in the science of racial cleansing. And upon returning from Germany in 1934, one California eugenicist congratulated his colleagues with the words, "You'll be interested to know that your work has played a powerful part in shaping the opinions of the group of intellectuals who are behind Hitler in this epoch-making program. Everywhere I sense that their opinions have been tremendously stimulated by American thought." Under the Nazi regime, over 400,000 people were sterilized against their will. Among them were the disabled, the blind, the deaf, those of mixed race, schizophrenics, and even alcoholics. 2 years after the Nazis began their sterilization program, they passed the infamous Nuremberg laws in 1935, which forbade marriage between Germans and Jews and excluded Jews from Reich citizenship. These laws laid the legal groundwork for the persecution of Jews in Germany. They echoed American legislation, particularly the laws which banned marriage between white and black Americans, and the Jim Crow segregation laws, which institutionalized economic, social, and educational disadvantages for African Americans. It wasn't a great leap from sterilization to the next stage of Nazi racial policy, the involuntary euthanasia program, Action T4, which began in 1939. As part of this program, up to 300,000 disabled people were killed in psychiatric hospitals across Germany in the occupied territories. Patients were transferred from their hospitals to special treatment centres run by teams of SS men wearing white coats in order to give a sense of medical professionalism. They were then taken into shower blocks and gassed to death using bottled carbon monoxide. Their bodies were cremated en masse, and false death certificates were written up and sent to relatives. This euthanasia model was then adapted and expanded as part of the final solution to the Jewish question. At the end of 1941, the first extermination camps were constructed.
How long is it? And it's not too bad, is it? Do you think I should show it, Scribby? I'll defer to your greater knowledge, being a good friend and philosopher of mine. You've helped educate me so much. Thank you, by the way. Very much appreciated. Praise be Scribby, everyone. This man is fucking intelligent and an awesome drummer.
Constructed in occupied territories. These were places designed specifically for the purpose of genocide. It's not difficult to see how the same eugenic ideology that brought about forced sterilization led to segregation, forced euthanasia, and eventually to the extermination camps of Nazi Germany. In reaching its fullest expression, the British-born eugenics movement that inspired the Holocaust was revealed for what it was, a genocidal project of racial cleansing. Support for eugenics decreased dramatically during the 1940s as news emerged of what was happening at Auschwitz and other extermination camps, in the form of eyewitness reports from escaped prisoners and
Sobibor, Belsenbergen, I can't remember the other few, but those are the main ones, and obviously Auschwitz.
Information leaked from the Nazi high command. What followed was a rewriting of history that erased the role played by the UK and the US in the development of eugenics. In the decades following World War II, many eugenic societies changed their name.
Oh, oh, they can try and hide it all they fucking want. People like me know about them. There's still documentation here in the Mitchell Library here in Glasgow. Churchill, you don't get off that fucking easy. There is the reason I call you a fucking monster. I despise you. And even Imperious piece of shit as well. Funny that landed gentry being scum. Never been known, apparently. I have to be patriotic and support Churchill. No, fucking don't. Get right.
And former eugenicists entered other fields of scientific research. The history books used in schools never mentioned it, but eugenic policies continued to be carried out in the US. As recently as 2011, a report revealed that 148 female prisoners in 2 California state prisons were sterilized without adequate informed consent between 2006 and 2011. In the post-war years, Britain and America helped to prosecute Nazi leaders during the Nuremberg trials. But as the chief US prosecutor wrote to President Harry Truman, the Allies themselves have done or are doing some of the very things we are prosecuting the Germans for.
Enjoy being out and about, Gemma. Thank you for being here. As always, stay based. Free Palestine. Bye, darling. Say bye to Story Girl, everyone. And give her a follow.
As the old Native American proverb has it, those who tell the stories rule the world. British and American eugenics is a story that has been purposefully not told, perhaps because to admit our involvement is simply too painful. It's easier just to pretend it never happened. But the words never again will only ring true if we tell the story of our own past and acknowledge the role played by Britain and the US in the rise of the eugenics movement, a movement that was key to the development of Hitler's genocidal ideology.
Let's see if I can find it on YouTube. You know, how water towers. Which don't want rivers of blood. I know it verbatim. Get the fuck. God, where is it? Oh, thank you, Scribby. I'll read it later then. I'm actually quite liking radicals too. There we go. Subscribe. Let's see. When was the last time you uploaded? 3 years ago. Yeah. Top Puddle Matters.
Rebellion against power-mad landowners, taking secret oaths while looking at skeletons, betrayal, corrupt officials, unfair trials, penal transportation, and the first ever mass protest in London. This story has it all. Incredibly, Hollywood hasn't discovered the Tolpuddle Martyrs yet, and so your only option really is to watch the rest of this Radical History video. I'm Luke Pearce, and this is the Radical History channel, where we explore the heroes, the heroines, and the movements who fought for rights and freedoms through the ages. Today we're going to cover the Tolpuddle Martyrs. Now, these were 6 guys from the village of Tolpuddle in Dorset, England, who got together in 1833 to try to form a labour union to improve their working conditions. When my grandma was alive, she always used to tell me that the formation of labour unions in the early 19th century was a vital step towards many of the rights and freedoms that we take for granted today. Things like minimum wages and the ability to take time off over the weekend. So I was really interested to dive deeper into this topic. First, let's get some background. In the late 18th century, the French Revolution had proclaimed equality, abolished the monarchy, and executed a lot of aristocrats. Governments and landowners all over Europe lived in fear that their own working populations might rebel and bring about a reign of terror in their countries as well. This is why laws like
Oh, whoops. Go back.
might rebel and bring about a
Pause. Jacobites. Hello, Jacobites. Look. Redcoats. Some might be English, some might be Scottish, some might be Welsh. Just depends who the upper classes had at their disposal, which is sizable, to say the least. But this is the Jacobites. Hello, Jacobites. They ultimately failed. That was the 1700s, by the way. They did kind of change it a bit and stop treating us quite as shit, but it seems to be regressing again, getting treated like a colony. Fun. I want to end it again. Seem to be going through these fucking cycles at a prodigious rate, really. That needs to end. That's an idea, really.
reign of terror in their countries as well. This is why laws like the Combination Acts were passed, which banned workers from coming together to organise themselves to improve their working conditions. By the mid-18th
No organising for you, scummy proles. Essentially. Naughty. You will be punished. Quite severely sometimes. Again, it sucked.
1920s, public pressure had led to the repeal of the
Know your
Combination
place.
Act, so trade unions were officially allowed, but the upper classes still feared where this might lead. During this same period, there was a general shift in power away from workers and towards employers and landowners for 3 main reasons. Firstly, the government for decades has supported the gradual enclosure of land by established landowners. Traditionally, ordinary people used to grow vegetables, maybe keep a cow, some pigs and sheep on what was known as common land. But because they couldn't prove ownership of this land, they lost out to wealthy people who had the legal backing to claim the land as theirs. The second reason for ordinary workers losing power was a population.
I did not know that, Scribby. Wow. Thank you, Charles Bronson. I keep on saying this Churchill was absolute scum. He was a bastard. And I will say again, I will never support support this man, ever. Peerless piece of scum that he was. Fun fact. I can't remember if it was Tory or Liberal. I want to say Tory. He was the MP for Dundee, by the way. 35 miles north of Perth, where I grew up. He was the MP for there. Early 1900s, I believe. Was that Liberal? I can't remember if he was Tory or Liberal. Scrubby, can you check that for me if he was Tory or Liberal when he was the MP for Dundee?
boom in the early 19th century. More available workers competing for jobs meant that employers could lower wages. Thirdly, the rising Industrial Revolution had introduced new technology like threshing machines, which weakened the position of farm labourers. The general shift in power led to falling wages and unemployment in rural communities. There was an explosion of anger in something called the Swing Rebellion in the south of England in 1829. People would write letters threatening to destroy machines in the name of a fictional character named Captain Swing. Machines were trashed, and some employers agreed to negotiate by temporarily increasing wages. Other employers tried to bribe rioters using beer, which, to be fair, would probably have worked on me. Eventually, landowners sent in armed troops, and hundreds of rioters were imprisoned, sent to Australia, and 19 were actually executed. Meanwhile, wages kept falling to below subsistence levels. Poverty was an especially big problem in the county of Dorset in southern England, where farm labourers could expect to earn about 9 shillings a week, just enough for bread to support their family. Literally just eating bread all week. George Lovelace, a Methodist preacher from the village of Tolpuddle, believed that there had to be a better way of improving things than the failed rioting. He wrote, "In almost every place around us, the masters were giving their men 10 shillings a week. We expected to be entitled to as much, but no, 9 shillings must be our portion. After some months we were reduced to 8 shillings per week. This caused great dissatisfaction, and all the labouring men in the village, with the exception of 2 or 3 invalids, made application to a neighbouring magistrate. From this time we were reduced to 7 shillings per week, and shortly after our employers told us they must lower us to 6 shillings per week. We consulted together what had better be done, knowing it was impossible to live honestly on such scantily means." In 1833, George Lovelace gathered a group of farm labourers together under the sycamore tree on the village green at Tolpuddle, where he argued in favour of forming a union to give the labourers some kind of bargaining strength with their employers. They agreed to recruit members and collect subscription payments in order to build their organisation, which they called the Friendly Society of Agricultural Labourers. The group approached local landowner Squire James Frampton, asking him for wages of 10 shillings per week, with the idea being that everyone would just refuse to work if they couldn't secure at least that amount. Frampton, a local magistrate, was determined to stop unions. He believed that labour unions were a threat to the power and wealth enjoyed by landowners like himself, and therefore the whole idea of order in society. Don't forget that fear of revolution that many in the upper classes had at the time. The view was that any kind of challenge to the status quo had to be stopped immediately before it got out of hand. Now technically, since the Combination Acts had been repealed, there was no law against establishing a trade union. So Frampton spoke to his friend, the Home Secretary, Lord Melbourne, who had the idea of using the Unlawful Oaths Act of 1797. This was an obscure law which had been brought in to try to prevent Royal Navy mutinies, where sailors would get together and swear oaths to one another. So Squire Frampton charged George Lovelace and his friends with organising an unlawful oath. What was this dodgy oath? Basically, an initiation ceremony. Back in those days, instead of written contracts, you would often bind people by their word. The oath was essentially a
There we go. Oh, he was Liberal. 1908. From 1908 to 1922. What the fuck? Thank you, Scribby. Much appreciated, comrade. Oh, oh, I'm going to be doing a section for Andrew Luke for his YouTube channel. I'm going to basically discuss. I've decided on doing it on like a benefits outlook and showing how it could be worse, showing what Liz Kendall was like, and how we have to fear now that that foolish Glaswegian is in Caxton House. So get back to me on that, and you can watch me on Screen Cleaner, which will be fun. Spreading my reach to another audience. Fun. So if anyone wants to help me, it would be very much appreciated. No pressure, of course.
pledge of solidarity between the Tolpuddle men to support each other and to keep their meetings a secret. New members were blindfolded with their hand on a Bible while looking at a picture of a skeleton which probably reminded them of their own mortality. Squire Frampton sent in a spy to one of these secret meetings.
Hello,
One day,
Kendall.
a new
Yeah.
member named Edward Legg turned up to take the oath at Thomas Stanfield's cottage. Legg later betrayed the Tolpuddle men by testifying against them. This was just the beginning of some underhand tactics by the authorities. The subsequent trial of the Tolpuddle men wasn't exactly fair. The grand jury's foreman was a brother-in-law to the Home Secretary, Lord Melbourne. There was a certain James Frampton also on the jury, along with his son Henry and his stepbrother. Quick question, are you enjoying this video? If you are, then please give me a thumbs up below and subscribe to the channel while you're at it so you don't miss any future Radical History video. The Tolpuddle men were found guilty. Judge Sir John Williams, who presided over the case, made it clear that this wasn't just about punishing the perpetrators, but was about serving as an example to others who might be tempted by similar actions. Getting sent to Australia sounds pretty cool in today's world, right? Well, back then it was a bit less fun.
Understatement. That's getting pinned. That's getting pinned. Business gets pinned.
Involved a 4-month journey by ship, epidemics of cholera, dysentery and smallpox, and many died along the way. If they made it, convicts then had to effectively work as slaves for local landowners, outdoors and without proper shelter in an unknown land with no contact with their family for years. Assuming they survived all of that, at the end of their sentence, a convict had to pay their fare all the way back home to Britain, which few people ever could. While the men were being transported to Australia, let's not forget that they had wives and children back home in Tolpuddle who'd lost their breadwinners. The women had to apply for what was known as parish relief from, guess who? Squire James Frampton. Squire Frampton and his friends decided that, hey, if you could afford to join a union, then you didn't really need any extra help, and so the request for basic assistance was refused. But all was not lost for the men now known as the Tolpuddle Martyrs. Word of the trial was spreading throughout the country, and people thought to themselves, if 6 farm workers from Dorset can't even get together, then what hope is there for this new trade union movement? In March 1834, a man named Robert Owen from Wales, which is where I grew up, called a meeting. 10,000 people showed up to found the London to Dorchester Committee, which was going to organise the campaign and provide support for the families of the Tolpuddle men. The next month, 100,000 people showed up for a demonstration near King's Cross in London. This was incredible, about 1% of the British population at the time. Despite the fears of the government, who'd flooded the streets of London with armed police and soldiers, the crowd marched peacefully down to the offices of Lord Melbourne in Whitehall. London had never seen anything like this before. Nowadays we tend to take for granted that big cities will have the occasional large demonstration, but this was one of the first big protest marches, and all of it for 6 farm workers. A petition with 800,000 signatures was eventually delivered to the government, and some supportive MPs like Thomas Whately helped keep the issue on the national agenda. In June 1835, a conditional pardon was granted to the Tolpuddle men by the new Home Secretary Lord John Russell. But this wasn't as good as it sounded, because as part of the conditional pardon, the men were still expected to serve out 4 years of their sentence. Pressure was maintained by Whately and the trade unions, and eventually in March 1836 the government agreed to a full pardon for the Tolpuddle men. It's possible that it happened around this time because it was revealed that a number of other organisations enjoyed administering secret oaths themselves, like the Freemasons and the Orange Order. In fact, the King's brother was Grand Master of the Orange Order, which just served to highlight the double standards of the Tolpuddle case. The news took months to reach Australia though, and it wasn't until June 1837 that George Lovelace was back in England. 4 of the others didn't arrive until 1838. That wasn't the end of the story for the martyrs though. These ordinary farmhands had been transformed into prisoners of conscience, and they weren't about to give up their campaign for rights and freedoms. George Lovelace wrote, Transportation has not had the intended effect on me, but, after all, I am returned from my bondage with my views and principles strengthened. It is indelibly fixed in my mind that labour is ill rewarded in consequence of a few tyrannising over the millions, and that through their oppression thousands are now working in chains on the road, abused by the overseers, sentenced by the commitants, and punished by the flagellator. Is this the plan to reform men? I say no. These words can be seen as early stirrings of the trade union movement, socialism and democracy. 5 of the martyrs wrote their own accounts of their experience. George Lovelace's Victims of Whiggery in particular was influential in the early Chartist movement. And the martyrs got together and formed their own branch of the Chartists, which was essentially an organisation campaigning for democratic rights for workers. But that's the subject of a future video. Meanwhile, the Essex Standard newspaper wrote, George Lovelace, instead of quietly fulfilling the duties of his station, is still dabbling in the dirty waters of radicalism and publishing pamphlets to keep up the old game. Don't listen to them, George. Interestingly, despite their suffering and the fact that life expectancy in those days was barely over 40, all of the martyrs lived remarkably long lives, with one of them, James Bryan, living to age 90 in 1902. Perhaps that belief in something bigger than themselves kept them going. The Tolpuddle case helped establish the basic principle in democracies that ordinary people do have a right of association. What began as a grave injustice against the powerless ended in a victory for working people and laid the groundwork for future battles where ordinary people were struggling to establish a new order in the face of both historic inequality and rapid industrial change. Just remember that next time you get your payslip. If you enjoyed this video, please give me a thumbs up below, subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you hear about future Radical History videos. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to tell your friends about the Radical History channel.
Ah, where'd it go? Go back. There we go. Huh? Oh, what, Tyler? Hmm. What one do you think? Hmm. Oh, that's horrible histories. Uh, Summer of what? Hmm. Hmm. That's only 3 months long. Oh, hi Beth. Beth's amazing, by the way. She's done a really good video about Cable Street. Oh dear God, it's over an hour. Let's go back up. Playbacks? That'll do.
HarperCollins presents Summer of Blood, The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 by Dan Jones. Read
Oh dear
by
God,
Chris
Dan
Dyer.
Jones. Cat,
Forward.
Dr. Cat. Thanks,
A
Reza.
revel.
I thought her name was
A
Beth.
revel. No
Sorry,
one
Cat.
could forget the noise when Wat Tyler led his ragtag army of roofers and farmers, bakers, millers, ale-tasters and parish priests into the City of London on a crusade of bloodthirsty justice. It filled the city for days, frantic screaming and cries of agony that accompanied acts of butchery and chaos. It was as if, thought one observer, all the devils in hell had found some dark portal and flooded into the city. Tyler's army screamed on Corpus Christi, the morning on which they stormed over London Bridge and swarmed from the streets of Southwark, leaving smouldering brothels and broken houses.
I will go back. It's a bit long. Hmm. It's just the one. Wow. Oh. Huh. Go back. Ah. Up we go. History guy? Could do both of them. That one might be quite good.
Hi, I'm the history guy. I have a degree in history and I love history, and if you love history too, this is the channel for you. 636 years ago today, on June 13th, 1381, during the reign of King Richard II, a mob of rebels entered London. They burned several royal buildings and murdered several representatives of the crown. Wat Tyler's rebellion was well recorded at the time, and it has been studied many times throughout history.
Six times. Remember that? 6 times, not just the Great Fire of London of 1666. 6 times. Seem to forget the other 5 for some strange reason. I don't know why. Are they ashamed of our history or something? These patriots? We love our country. We're patriots. You bollocks! Shut the fuck up. If you love your country, you'd learn more about its history. I'll further be yelling at these people about this. They never read the history, or they read it and they just don't mention it because they're fucking hypocrites.
And the interpretation of the events has often been skewed by the politics of the time that the history was written. But regardless of those interpretations, everyone can agree that the rebellion in 1381 represented the politics and economics of a singular time in European history, and it deserves to be remembered. The rebellion, which is sometimes called the Peasants' Revolt, although that is not an apt term, since England didn't use the term peasants for about another 100 years, and many of the people involved in the revolt came from wealthier classes, was impacted by two great events that were driving history in Europe at the time: the Great Pestilence and the 100 Years' War. The pneumonic plague pandemic, originally called the Great Pestilence or the Great Mortality, likely started in China and followed trade routes back to Europe. The first known case in England was in June of 1348 from a sailor that had traveled from France. The disease is a bacterial infection, and it is acquired from fleas that come on rats, but also from infected people, and it quickly spread throughout the island. And the estimates are that the first wave, the first pandemic of the pneumonic plague in England, killed between 1/4 and 2/3 of the population of the entire.
Bear history now, 2/3. It killed hundreds of thousands, millions. Hmm, that is an interesting thought, and I tend to agree with you there, Elron. Yeah, very true. That's why we don't have one for the Chartists. We don't have one for the Topol Dramaters. Thankfully, we've got one for Peterloo now. I watched it last year. I can't remember when it came out, but at least they've done the Peterloo Massacre. It's actually really interesting, and because it was nearly factually correct, it was quite good. Some dramatisation did happen, obviously, because it was still a movie, but it was mostly accurate. It was really quite good, and showed what it was actually like, what was actually happening on the ground. Very good. If I can find out what one it was, I might be able to show it.
Island. And there was a second pneumonic plague pandemic in 1361. But as terrible as the death toll was, the depopulation that was caused by the plague actually ended up being an economic boom for people who worked the land. Prior to the plague, Europe was overpopulated. Land was scarce and workers were abundant, and so a worker could not command much value for their labor. And workers were essentially held as a form of slavery that was called serfdom, where they were tied to land that was owned by a local lord. But the depopulation caused by the plague completely changed that equation, and as labor became scarce, laborers could demand more in return for their work. And this caused a massive
One of the upsides of Black Death, it did actually restructure how lots of Europe, parts of the world, parts of Europe operated, because these sort of things don't see class distinctions. Essentially, they can't. Bacteria are alive. Viruses, debatable. I say they are alive. I'm on the other side of the debate. Some people say they are not alive. They don't have the genetic coding for it. Each to their own where viruses are concerned, but I say they are alive. Kind of, maybe. Yeah, it fascinates me as well. The history of bacteria, parasites, and viruses, and things like that affect human. Endlessly fascinating. That's why I went into this area of study. I want to be able to combat them to shield us all from viruses. Guess what? Climate change is making it worse. Fun. Some of these extractors, these people who are decimating our landscape, basically strip mining great parts of the globe, making it worse, making viruses more prevalent. Fun. Gotta stop fucking doing that, please. These viruses are going to kill millions, you bastards. Do they give a fuck, though?
distribution in wealth. But this threatened the existing power structures, and the landholders obviously didn't like it. And so in 1351, under the reign of Richard II's grandfather, Edward III, Parliament passed an act called the Statute of Labourers. And in short, what the act did was set a maximum pay that a worker could receive and prohibited workers from leaving their home area in search of better working conditions. The act generally failed in what it was trying to do, but what it really did was make the workers angry, and the often brutal enforcement of the act enraged the working class. The conflict that would eventually be called the 100 Years' War had to do with the King of England, Edward III, trying to claim the throne of France through a claim that he made through his mother, Isabella of France. The conflict had to do with a lot of things, fighting over tribute that was owed because of English possessions in France, Gascony and Normandy, constant conflicts between England and Scotland, which was an ally of France, and initially England scored significant victories against France, notably the Battle of Crécy in 1346 and the Battle of Poitiers in 1348. Although the arrival of the bubonic plague meant that the depopulation in England kept them from doing much warfighting on the continent for several years. But France was much larger than England, and so they were able to stave off destruction and continue the war. And by the time of Richard II, the cost of the 100-Year War was not only constantly draining the royal coffers, but was causing an economic depression in England. The war was limiting international trade, and that was hurting the British textile industry, and that was causing economic depression. And at the same time, France was constantly threatening cross-channel raids, and that meant that the king had to maintain garrisons all along the coast, and that was expensive. And in order to pay those costs, Parliament created an entirely new kind of tax in England. It was called the poll tax. Now, the idea of the poll tax was to increase the size of the tax base in order to raise more money, and to put a tax essentially on every person in England over the age of 14. And it was high enough that it could create a significant hardship for someone in the working class. The tax ended up being regressive. It ended up hurting the working class much more than the wealthier classes, and it also didn't seem fair, and so there was widespread tax evasion. And the brutal attempts to try to collect the tax were even more unpopular than the tax itself. These tensions came together in 1381 for the first large-scale revolt in the history of England. The king, Richard II, had been the grandson of the King Edward III, and his father, Edward the Black Prince, and older brother, Edward of Angoulême, had died ahead of him, and so he had become the heir, and upon the death of his grandfather, he became King of England at just the age of 10. At the time of Wat Tyler's rebellion, he was only 14 years old. The spark for the rebellion in Essex had to do with the poll tax. A tax collector came to the town of Fobbing, demanding to know why the tax had not been paid. The town refused to pay, and so the tax collector tried to arrest the man that was speaking on behalf of the town. So the town rose up and chased the tax collector out of town, killing 3 of his clerks. In nearby Kent, the spark was the Statute of Labourers, a local...
I say that she did know, but she didn't fucking care. She did read history, but she used it for her own ends, essentially. That's my read of her. Mind you, I despise the woman, obviously. I hope she's burning. I really do. And if she didn't know the history, she should have. She became Prime Minister, for fuck's sake. She should know the history of the country before she starts enacting these sort of policies. Yeah. Oh, Reza, that's fucking hilarious. I love that one. That'd be brilliant. What makes you think she went into purgatory? She was a fucking monster. Like I say, I hope she's burning.
Landholder had accused a local laborer of leaving his serfdom, which was illegal under the act. When they arrested the laborer, the townsfolk rose up and attacked the jail and released him. Both groups then started to march towards London, gathering more and more rebels as they went along. And on June 7th, in a mass meeting, the rebels elected as their leader a man named Wat Tyler. Wat Tyler was a tradesman and a longbowman, and by all accounts, a charismatic leader. The king was caught off guard. Most of the royal army was north, fighting in Scotland, and so he had very few troops to defend himself. And London was having its...
Funny that. They'd sent people up here to actually deal with us because we were starting to kick off again. Funny that. Still trying to take over a country. Again, they've done it a century before at this point, by the way. Get to fuck. You can't rule over us. Go back south, you fucking bawbags. And they're going to learn. Ugh. The pair of them deserve each other, really, in my eyes. I wonder if Ronnie's down there as well. Seriously, the ruin that was wrought in great swords of the countries. Her here, Reagan over there, Pinochet, Altieri as well. These monsters, essentially. She wasn't as outright fascist as Pinochet or Galtieri, really. I don't know where to class Reagan other than just right-wing fucking bastard.
own troubles, with tensions between the increasingly empowered trading class and the nobility, and anger over the ongoing depression. When the thousands of rebels showed up in London, the gates were left open for them. For a rebellion, they were remarkably well behaved. There was very little looting, although there was some drunkenness. But what they did do was travel throughout London, attacking the people that they held responsible for their troubles. Anybody who represented, say, royal tax collection. They burned the beautiful home of John of Gaunt, the king's uncle. They destroyed the priory of the Knights Hospitaller, whose head was the head of the royal treasury. They stomped around town, catching royal officers and burning their homes.
The remnants of the Templars, by the way, the Knights Hospitaller. And that was from the Crusades about a century earlier.
The king met personally with the rebels on June 14th and promised many significant reforms, including abolishing the practice of serfdom. But while the king was meeting with Wat Tyler, another group of rebels attacked the Tower of London, and the gate had been left open, awaiting the return of the king, so they were able to run right in. And there they attacked everybody they didn't like. They killed the king's chancellor, who also happened to be the Archbishop of Canterbury. They killed the king's Lord High Treasury. They killed several other nobles. They threatened the king's family. And while the rebels were able to take London and take revenge on many of the people they blamed for their woes, the rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. The king met with Wat Tyler again the next day, and in a disputed event where Tyler was said to be disrespectful of the king, the mayor of London drew his sword and killed Wat Tyler, and Tyler's troops dispersed. There were more rebellions in the countryside. There were more royal representatives who were executed, royal properties and church properties looted. But when the king had time to raise militia, he was able to easily come out and defeat the rebels, and their leaders were tracked down and tried and hanged. And the king rescinded the reforms that he had promised on June 14th. But conditions did get slightly better for workers in England, because while the statute of labour still existed, the landholders were much more reticent to enforce it for fear of sparking another rebellion, and so workers were able to improve their lot, and wages in England in the 100 years between 1350 and 1450.
Funny that. You scare the upper classes so much, even though these laws still existed. They're still in the books and they could be enforced. The owning class essentially got a little bit worried. Let's not push it too much. We don't want a full-on rebellion on our hands here. There's too many of them. Please remember that. There's more of us than there is of them, remember? We can only take so much before you start pissing us off and they start doing things. We really need to be educating these people, don't we? It's starting to rise up again, by the way. We're all getting really kind of pissed off with them all. There's only so much we can take. Try and push your luck, see what happens. Not that I'm saying anything will happen, of course. Please remember, again, no violence. At least not in my name. Unless I call action. Now I'm getting so fucking damn close. We'll see what happens in May. Hopefully they all get fucking brutalized in the polls. They fucking deserve it, of course.
Roughly doubled. There were other rebellions on the continent that were fairly similar, driven by the economic impacts of the depopulation of the plague that also led to incremental improvements in workers' lot as Europe slowly changed to a more modern economy. The plague itself would come back again and again, and it struck London in 1665 with what was called the Great Plague of London. And it was then in the latter half of the 17th century that it gained its more well-known name, today known as the Black Death. It wouldn't be eradicated clear until the 19th century, having killed some 100 million people worldwide. In the end, maybe the most important impact of the Wat-Tyler Rebellion of 1381 was the impact it had on the young King Richard II. Richard II became convinced that he had been betrayed by his advisors, and over his reign he became more and more dependent upon a smaller and smaller circle of confidants, and that alienated the rest of the nobility and played a significant role in his being deposed as king in 1399 and his death, likely of forced starvation, in 1400. And it was the ascension of his cousin, who became Henry IV of England, that would give rise to decades of conflict in England with the War of the Roses and eventually the rise of the Tudor dynasty. And so the rebellion of 1381 had significant impacts on the history of England and the history of Europe, and it was all driven by the specific economic impacts of the massive war and the massive pestilence that came at that time. And that significant event deserves to be remembered. I'm the History Guy, and I hope you enjoyed this edition of my series, 5 Minutes of History, short snippets of forgotten history, 5 to 10 minutes long. And if you did enjoy, please go ahead and click the thumbs up button that is there on your left. If you have any questions or comments or would like to recommend another topic for the History Guy, please feel free to write that in the comment section. I will be happy to respond. And if you'd like 5 minutes more forgotten history, all you need to do is click that subscribe button that is there on your right.
It should give me my favourite one. Ah! Bring it. Only a minute.
The War of the Roses is what happens when you let George R. R. Martin write real-world history. Our story begins with England and France already 100 years deep into a classic medieval slap fight where England's king decides to make everything worse by bypassing his still very much alive sons to make his grandson king instead. Henry IV of House Lancaster calls BS and takes the throne in 1399, much to the annoyance of House York. Then a couple Henrys later, King Henry VI blows England's lead and loses the 100 Years' War, so the Yorkies sweep in to take the reins as Lords Protectors. The Lancasters aren't thrilled about this power grab, so they kick the Yorkies out of court and then proceed to get trashed by them at the Battle of St. Albans in 1455. This changes the game from convoluted backroom palace drama to full-on civil war mode. Advisors switch sides, nobles and royals drop into and out of exile like it's a semester abroad, and battles erupt all across the English countryside. Several stabbings later, the now clinically insane Henry VI works out a compromise deal for peace with the Yorks and formalized a royal succession, but all of that goes out the window when the Yorks decisively kick their asses in 1471 and take the crown for keeps. This unfortunately goes south when the York King Edward dies because it turns out all of his kids are illegitimate due to his chronic condition of having a secret wife, so the kids get locked in jail and mysteriously disappear forever. Convenient. Another York crowns himself king, but a Lancaster rolls into England with a French army to swipe the crown and declare himself Henry VII. Then he ends the war for good by marrying a York, uniting their families under the new royal house of Tudor. After over a century of crown shuffling, 3 decades of open war, a dozen major battles, and a much more satisfying ending than Game of Thrones. Whew.
I like Jay Draper's one as well. Jay Draper. War of the Roses.
War of the Roses in 60 seconds. You guys really like pushing it, don't you? So imagine trying to wrap your head around all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, except everyone's only called Edward, Henry or Thomas. In fact, at the time it wasn't even called the Wars of the Roses, it was called the Cousins' War, because these people are all bloody related. What it basically is a civil war between two powerful families, the Yorks and the Lancasters, over who's going to get the English crown. It starts when Henry VI comes to the throne at just 9 months old. Child kings have always been really dangerous in English history because everybody starts trying to fight over who gets to advise them. They're easily manipulated and, easily killable. In fact, the balance of power shifts so often that in a single year, 1483, we make it through a whopping 3 kings, Edward IV, Edward V and Richard III. By the end, so many people are dead that the Lancaster family are really scraping the barrel for their heir, but they manage to find a cousin somewhere down the line called Henry Tudor. He's the one who finally wins the throne, becoming Henry VII, and he marries a girl from the York family to bring the feud to an end. War of the Roses in 60 seconds. You guys really like pushing it, don't you? So imagine trying to wrap your head around all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, except
I love Jay. She's amazing. And damn, didn't mean to do that. Go back. And solo. Nope. Use. That's like there's a movie about it? What the fuck? Oh, I do like History Matters. He is quite good. Yeah, History Matters. Let's go and say hi to him. We'll go back. We'll watch the full 10 minutes. Go back.
1534, and the King of France is a bit angry. The King, Francis I of the House of Valois, was unhappy because overnight posters had sprung up across France denouncing Catholicism and its practices as evil. The King, who was a devout Catholic, was horrified, mostly because he'd been quite tolerant of the nascent Protestant movement up until now, and also because one of said posters had been stuck to his bedroom door. Francis could no longer tolerate Protestantism, and so he rounded up those responsible and also some who weren't responsible and burned them at the stake. The persecutions led to many Protestants, the most notable being John Calvin, fleeing to Switzerland. His religious persecutions continued throughout the rest of his reign, which would end in 1547. Due to death. He was succeeded by his son, Henry II, who continued the persecution of Protestants. He created a new court for the prosecution of heresy called the Burning Chamber. Henry wasn't exactly a good friend to the popes either, though. He boycotted the Council of Trent, the Church's first attempt at creating a united response to the rise of Protestantism, and he also stopped giving the Pope money. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that Henry wanted the response to Protestantism in France to be a French one, and second, the neighbouring Holy Roman Empire also had issues with Protestants, and Henry didn't want to help the Habsburgs. Why? Because war. Henry had continued his father's wars against the Habsburgs, which came to an end in 1559. It was fairly inconclusive, and to celebrate peace, Henry decided to hold a jousting tournament. He opted to take part in the jousting himself and swiftly got a lance to the eye. He would soon succumb to his wounds and the throne passed to his young son, who was crowned Francis II. Francis was only 14 at this point, and whilst technically old enough to govern, the actual running of the realm fell to the uncles of his wife, Mary Stuart, better known as Mary Queen of Scots. The 2 men running the kingdom were Francis, the Duke of Guise.
Mary Queen of Scots' mother was French noble. Mary of Guise, by the way, if anyone's interested. So yes, I was a Scottish queen, by the way. The way her life went after this, not good, to say the least. We get kind of upset when you start killing off our monarchy back in the day. Funny that. Good way to piss off our Scots, just deny us our rights and shit like that. Kill off our monarchy, kill off our nobles, kill off the people who are actually making life better for Scots. Do they learn? Do they fuck? Still happening to this day. Delightful. I will be heard, eventually.
and Charles, the Cardinal of Lorraine. They were both from the powerful Guise family and were ardent Catholics, meaning that for the Protestants, Bernie time would continue. The two Guises didn't simply dominate the king without any resistance. Francis II's mother and the former Queen Catherine de' Medici vied for power too. So the Protestants, also known as the Huguenots, felt that the king wasn't really anti-Protestant and that if they simply liberated him, things would get better. This culminated in the 1560 conspiracy of Amboise, an attempt to kidnap the king from his residence. The conspiracy was betrayed, most of the plotters were captured and killed, and to many it confirmed that the Huguenots were the enemy of France. One of the leaders of the plot was a man called Louis, the Prince of Conde. Conde was arrested, but the situation would become much more complicated when Francis II died in late 1560. Francis had no children, and so he was succeeded by his 10-year-old brother, Charles IX. Another young king on the throne meant that, yet again, factions vied for power over him. It was Catherine who won out in the end, becoming his regent and swiftly removing the Guises from court. She took a different approach to the religious divisions in France and opted for a policy of toleration. She released Conde in 1561, and in 1562 Catherine issued the Edict of Saint-Germain, which gave the Huguenots the right to worship so long as it was outside of cities and so long as they stayed loyal to the king. For many Catholic nobles, though, this was a step too far. One such noble was the Duke of Guise, who promptly massacred a group of worshipping Huguenots at the town of Vassy. Both sides took up arms after this, and France descended into violence, and so began the First French War of Religion. Alongside the Prince of Conde, the Huguenots were led by Admiral Gaspard de Coligny. The Huguenots seized major cities like Orléans, Lyon and Tours, and within a few months these lands were theirs. The Catholic forces counterattacked, the Prince of Conde was captured, again in late 1562, and the next year the Duke of Guise was killed by an assassin while sieging Orléans. Neither side could really defeat the other, and so in 1563 the Edict of Amboise was signed, which gave Huguenots a few more rights. So much as recognising that Huguenots were allowed to exist was too much for many of the Catholics who resisted the enforcement of the peace. As such, Catherine and Charles went on a royal tour of France to assert the king's independence and force the lords to implement the Edict of Amboise. By this point, Protestant rebellion had spread to the Spanish Netherlands, and so the King of Spain, Philippe II, sent an army to crush them. This worried the Huguenots, who wondered if the Spanish army was actually meant for them. After another failed attempt to kidnap the king by the Prince of Conde in 1567, both sides took up arms, and suddenly, Second French War of Religion. This war was a stalemate, and in 1568 another peace was signed. The Cardinal of Lorraine strictly opposed any peace, and he and his allies in court overturned it. The next year, Catholics took up arms, and Third French War of Religion. The Third Religious War was much bloodier than the first two, mostly because of foreign support for both sides, but yet again no side could defeat the other. It did see the death of Conde, though, leaving Coligny in charge of the Huguenots. Peace was made in 1570 and the Huguenots were given near equality legally, but the problem remained: the Catholic population of France didn't want the Protestants there. The Huguenots were also now given formal control over several important cities, the most notable being La Rochelle. Coligny soon after became a trusted advisor to King Charles, and thus Catherine was sidelined. Charles also opted to have his sister married to the Protestant King Henry of Navarre. Navarre, in case you were wondering, is here. All of the most prominent Huguenots went to Paris to attend the wedding on August the 18th in 1572. 4 days after the ceremony, Coligny was shot but survived. Tensions exploded in the city, and 2 days later, on August the 24th, St. Bartholomew's Day, many Protestant leaders, including Coligny himself, were murdered. This was followed by the people of Paris taking to the streets and murdering any Huguenots they could find. Over many weeks, violence spread throughout France, and many thousands of Huguenots were killed in what is known as the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. Henry of Navarre was spared, but he promised to convert to Catholicism. The massacre severely weakened the Huguenot side by depriving them of decent leadership, but still, War No. 4 broke out. It ended the same way, nobody could win, and in 1573 they made peace. The next year another war broke out because at this point, why not? During this war, Charles IX died and Catherine took up the regency until her third son, who had just been elected the King of Poland and Lithuania, could return.
Just give up at this point, fans. What the fuck? Just let them have their rights. Christ's sake. I've got major problems with major organised religions because they're atheist. But for fuck's sake, just let them live in peace. Christ almighty. Ugh. Very un-Jesus-like of you, France. Really, at this point. By force of religion, what the fuck? Christ, European history is a fucking mess, isn't it?
To take the throne. He got back in 1575 and was crowned King Henry III. His reign got off to a great start when his younger brother and heir, Francis, rebelled against him and made an alliance with the Huguenots. Henry of Navarre soon escaped the royal court and promptly unconverted from Catholicism and was soon leading the Huguenot rebels. No one could defeat the other, peace again, you know the drill. Like every other peace, the king couldn't enforce it, and furthermore the Huguenots refused to disarm since the last time they had done so, they were massacred. Henry thus decided that he would try crushing the Protestants, and so began the Sixth War. It will shock you to find out that no one could win this war, and another peace treaty was signed which basically allowed Protestants freedom of worship everywhere except for Paris. There was a brief Seventh War from 1579 to 1580, and yet again the same thing happened. The king and his younger brother had repaired their damaged relationship, and Francis did two things. One, he got engaged to Queen Elizabeth I of England, although she was likely just using him as a pawn, and two, he went to the United Provinces here to help them fight their Spanish forces and become their king. He was completely useless at this. He didn't get married because Elizabeth was too smart for that, and he returned from the Netherlands in shame in 1583. Fortunately for Francis though, he wouldn't have to live with the shame for too long, since he died in 1584. This was a big deal because Francis had been the heir to the throne. Since Henry III didn't have any children, that left another man as his heir, King Henry of Navarre, the Protestant one. If you thought the Catholic nobility in France were worried before, well now they were downright hysterical. In response to this crisis, the Duke of Guise, the son of the previous one, formed the Catholic League to stop Henry of Navarre from ever taking the throne. It was comprised of some of the most devout Catholic nobles across France and was backed, that is, financed by King Philippe II of Spain, who was also pretty scared of the idea of a Protestant France. King Henry was bankrupt and he couldn't really resist the League, and so to placate them he issued the Edict of Nemours in 1585. This essentially made being a Huguenot illegal and gave them 6 months to convert or leave France. The Duke of Guise and the League were expelling Huguenots from the north, but also were telling French subjects that Henry wasn't a true Catholic since he refused to bar a Protestant from the succession and to accept their appointed heir, Cardinal Charles de Bourbon, Henry of Navarre's uncle.
Fun fact, at this point in time, a lot of Huguenots left France and came here to England, or came down to England, and some moved up here to Scotland as well, but they all moved to the UK because we were a Protestant monarchy at this point. Thanks, Henry VIII. And thanks, German monk. Chat, I've forgotten his name. Scribby, help. Yeah, secularism would have been better. But this is European history back in the 15 and 1600s. That ain't gonna fucking happen, unfortunately. Wars of religion are so fucking stupid. Martin Luther, thanks, Reza. Oh dear God. I'll say again, religious history, especially in Europe at this time, fucking stupid as hell. Hopefully we've learned that lesson now, with any fucking luck. Don't get me wrong, there's still Christians, there's still people of faith here in Britain. It is declining, obviously. We're mostly secular, mostly. Even though the head of our state is still the head of the church. Again, another reason to get rid of the monarchy. I am not a Protestant, I am not a Catholic, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not Sikh. I'm atheist. Each to their own. I protest to equal opportunities for all people, no matter if you have a faith or if you don't have a faith, if you have a belief in humanity. Each to their own. Let us live in peace. And let us build a better country. With any fucking luck, that might happen in my lifetime. You never know. And I'll say again, I do exist. The Churchill sausage. I don't like them. Huh.
In 1587, France yet again erupted into its 8th war of religion, but it's better known by another name, the War of the Three Henrys. A German army invaded the north to aid the Protestants, but was defeated by the Duke of Guise, who became incredibly popular as a result. He demanded a bunch of land and titles as thanks for his victory. The king said no and also barred Guise from Paris. Guise entered anyway, and the people of Paris rose up in defiance with him in what's known as the Day of the Barricades, and the king fled the city. In 1588, the king called the Estates General, the Grand Parliament of France, to meet in Blois. Whilst there, he had Guise assassinated and arrested some high-ranking members of the League, and as such the League was now at war with the king. Thus King Henry and the other King Henry made a truce. They combined their forces and marched on Paris in 1589. Henry III was close to taking the city until he was assassinated by a monk, and with him died the royal house of Valois. According to French royal inheritance law called Salic law, Henry of Navarre was now king, and the first Protestant king of France. Henry pressed his claim to the throne and marched on Paris. He laid siege to the capital, but then Philippe II sent an army into France which broke the siege. Fighting continued for the next couple of years, but Henry IV won out in the end for two reasons. One, the Cardinal of Bourbon died and the League couldn't decide on another successor, and two, Henry converted to Catholicism in 1593. The next year Henry was crowned King Henry IV of France, the first of the royal house of Bourbon. Resistance to Henry's rule continued but was largely crushed within a year. The fact that the Spanish crown was largely responsible for this resistance led to Henry declaring war on it. The war came to an end in 1598, but not until Henry had issued the Edict of Nantes, which gave recognition and near equal rights to Protestants across France, providing they remain loyal to the crown. The edict was a series of wins and losses for the Protestants and the Catholics. Whilst no side was truly happy with it, the level of resistance to it was much lower than before, because at this point everyone was sick of war. Huguenots couldn't prevent Catholics from worshipping in their strongholds like La Rochelle and had to pay taxes to the Catholic Church. However, they were allowed to remain armed and they could hold their own councils. These ultimately weakened Henry's authority across his kingdom, but Nantes did something that the other edicts didn't. It built a lasting peace. That is, until Louis XIV realised that he didn't need to keep that peace anymore. Whilst this didn't put a stop to the religious tensions in France, it did end its most violent period, which saw millions of Frenchmen die. The French wars of religion were finally over, and France, unlike so many others, would remain a Catholic nation hereafter. I hope you enjoyed this episode and thank you for watching, and a special thanks to Winston Kaywood, Adam Harvey, Sky Chappelle, James Bizanet, Azarka Flash and Henry Rabin. If you'd like to learn more about the French wars of religion, then there's a couple of recommended books in the description below.
By the way, the one that does History Matters is a history and modern studies teacher down in England. He's an actual teacher and a YouTuber. I don't know how he does it being a teacher and a YouTuber. He must be fucking knackered. I get knackered is streaming, for Christ's sake, not doing regular videos on a regular output. Christ, would I be able to do it? I'm going to try. Where shall we go next? Super Hubby still in his bed. It's only 4:15. I feel quite good. I can carry on. Where to next? Oh, oh God, no! I'm not watching Back to Chip. He can fuck off. Oh, oh, Kane skills, Kane skills. I know what one I'll show. Kane skills. Let's go to the channel. Yes, please.
Their gains. Eventually, individual interest will lead herdsmen to bring... Hey, it's Kay, and this is Skittles. Farrier, have you ever heard the tragedy of the commons?
It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
The tragedy plays out like this. Imagine a pasture, open to all. The local herdsmen freely allow their cattle to graze on it, but there's a problem. Every herdsman will naturally try to keep as many cattle as possible on this common pasture to maximize their gains. Eventually, individual interest will lead herdsmen to bringing far more cattle onto this pasture than it can sustain, overgrazing and ultimately destroying it. Now, there is no grazing pasture and everyone's cattle will starve. And therefore, all of the people who rely on that cattle for food will also starve. If you've spent any amount of time arguing about politics on the internet, I do not advise this, you've probably run into the tragedy of the commons. It's commonly deployed, get it, as a counter-argument to economic systems other than capitalism, positing that privatizing these essential resources and limiting their use by charging money to access them is the only way to prevent this sort of disaster scenario. Whereas in, say, a communist system that aims to fairly distribute resources and indeed control of those resources according to people's needs, individual self-interest will lead to abuse of this system, and something will need to be put into place to limit people's access to a given resource. Usually the unspoken implication of this is that a market is the thing that needs to fill that role. But is any of this even true?
With spades and hoes and plows, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows, stand up now.
Something peculiar I've noticed. Having spoken to a lot of people who can't help but blurt out, "But the tragedy of the commons," whenever someone suggests improving society somewhat, is that they treat the tragedy not like a specific argument made by a specific person, like a self-evident truism, or even an agreed-upon scientific fact, like they're invoking the theory of relativity. But that's simply not the case. Arguments about different ways of arranging society can be found all throughout history, of course, but when you talk about the tragedy of the commons, you are referring to a 1968 article published in Science by American ecologist Garrett Hardin. This article is based on a similar argument made in 1833 by William Forster Lloyd to justify the enclosure laws, and the notion of mismanagement of common resources can be found as far back as the work of Aristotle. But you know the phrase, "the tragedy of the commons," because of Garrett Hardin's essay, which makes a specific argument. Whether you've heard of the tragedy of the commons from other people, or perhaps you've even used it yourself in an argument, but don't fully know where it comes from, I think you're gonna want to watch this. Hardin's essay remains the most referenced article ever published in Science, with 46,000 citations and counting. And a large part of this can be attributed to the way it broke out of academia and into the popular consciousness. Robert Hawkshaw, a law professor interested in the sustainability of fisheries, thinks Hardin coined too good of a phrase. But it's not just a good phrase, it's a good story. It's a classic parable about how good intentions can have unintended and disastrous consequences, which is the heart of most arguments against radical political change. In fiction, as well as the way history is often framed, any longtime viewers of my channel know how I feel about the ubiquitous trope of villains who are right, who want to solve a very real problem, but have decided the only way to do it is through gratuitously violent or sometimes just nonsensical methods that are then used to dismiss their ideas entirely, allowing the status quo to seem comparatively just. And isn't that how we talk about historical communism? Nobody except a few very sad weirdos online will argue that Tsarist Russia was a nice place to live for most people. But, Stalin, innit? Shouldn't have tried to improve things, lads. Things might be bad now, but if you try to fix things, they will be even worse. That is the story we're taught. That is the moral and ideological center of Hardin's tragedy. And keep in mind, he published this in 1968, the height of the Cold War. America was in Vietnam. The country had been primed to fear communism by McCarthy and the Red Scare. The culture was saturated with anti-communism. As a result, the tragedy became really big with proponents of capitalism. Going back to Robert Hawkshaw and his fisheries for a second, he found that a lot of the scholarship about sustainability in fishing cited Hardin's work as an argument in favor of privatization and using the free market to ensure overfishing doesn't occur. We're not even going to get into that. Hardin definitely had no love for communism, but his essay isn't really an argument in favor of capitalism either. He actually argues against people's misinterpretation of Adam Smith's work, which they use to suggest an invisible hand of the free market will self-regulate such things with an almost supernatural quality to it. He lists privatization as well as state ownership as viable but imperfect options for regulating access to resources. Which is interesting because in the cultural memory, both inside and outside of academic circles, it seems he's remembered as this sort of cold warrior arguing in favor of capitalism. But this concern about the overexploitation of common resources, it's only half of his argument. We'll call this the property argument. And we will return to the second half later, but first, we need to address whether the tragedy of the commons is even real. See, the reason Hardin's essay dug into the popular consciousness as a screed against communism is because it relies on assumptions about human nature which line up perfectly with pro-capitalist rhetoric, that people are naturally greedy and prone to competition with each other rather than cooperation. That is the assumption Hardin is making about his hypothetical herdsmen, that they were biologically incapable of caring about sustainability or the common good, and will always act in short-term self-interest. And I use the word assumption there because Hardin's story about the overgrazed pasture cites absolutely zero historical evidence. Just like Lloyd's 1833 pamphlet that Hardin took inspiration from, it is a hypothetical. It is his cold, hard reckon, and nothing more.
You may not know anything about the issue, but I bet you reckon something.
So, since apparently you can just say whatever you want in Science, one of the world's top academic journals, we can address both Hardin's property argument and the idea that humans are inherently selfish by nature by simply checking if this is true. Which we can do, by the way, because common pastures and farmland are not some mythical idea people just made up in the 60s for this thought experiment. This was a common, staple of medieval societies, and not just in Europe. The so-called Middle Ages, by the way, lasted from roughly the year 500, shortly after the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, to the year 1500. So we have 1,000 years to work with here. There is also evidence of commons existing long before this period, but we have the most evidence from this more recent period of human history, so it'll be enough to make our argument. Susan Cox, responding directly to Hardin's property argument, analyzed medieval English villages and how they maintained their own commons. What she found was a system of communal decision-making that regulated who could use these commons and for what purpose, often functioning for centuries without intervention from the state or the local lord if we're not comfortable calling feudal regimes a state. By all accounts, it seemed these English peasants had achieved what Hardin assumed was impossible, simply coming to an agreement amongst the people who use the commons to ensure that it is used responsibly, without a larger body imposing those regulations for them. Elinor Ostrom came to similar conclusions by looking at the Swiss village of Torbal, who had written legal documents dating back to 1244, establishing guidelines for the usage of the commons agreed upon by the community itself. Torbal actually still exists and still has a commons to this day. While Ostrom says there's evidence that these practices predate those 1244 documents by far, that is still nearly 800 years of managing what Hardin takes as a given to be impossible. Ostrom also finds several Japanese communities that have similarly self-managed their commons effectively for many centuries. Cox and Ostrom both find, based on the historical evidence available, that successful self-managing of the commons was the norm, not the exception. And while abuses and mismanagement surely existed, all signs point to Hardin's tragedy of the commons not only not being inevitable as he claims, but actually it's
Yeah, I try to educate people about this as well, so now. Feudalism has such a great sway on lots of European and world history, obviously. We should be beyond that. There's still certain types of feudalism that still exist across the world, which sucks. Yeah, you gave it to me before. Yeah, that was quite good. And much needed in today's political discourse, obviously. I need, if you want, if you're not too busy between now and May, create me a list to actually show people in the run up to like the Holyrood Senate and the local elections in England. I'd really love that. And I can show them on my stream. Do you have the book sorted now? Nice one. You can post a link to the book in my Discord if you want sorted now.
not even particularly likely. Elinor Ostrom actually became the first and only woman to ever win a Nobel Prize for Economics for her work on collective governance that directly debunks Hardin's property argument. And yet, her correction of Hardin's arguments has never reached as far as the influence of the tragedy of the commons, with people still citing this, frankly, very badly made, unevidenced argument as if it were fact. Hardin's argument wasn't just perfectly structured to fit into Cold War era notions about human nature and capitalism. It fits perfectly into the current neoliberal cultural hegemony, the pervasive notion that everything must be run as a business, and that in doing this we can actually derive a collective good from, say it with me, the inherent selfishness of human beings. I suspect that is why so many people, even academics who you might naively expect have properly read everything they cite in their work, take Hardin's premise about human nature and just assume he is making a pro-capitalist argument. Because that is the argument that pretty much anyone today describing human beings that way would be making. But this is where we need to discuss the second half of Hardin's essay. And while Cox and Ostrom have both done tremendous historical work, I am frustrated with both of them for falling into the same pattern of behavior as most people who cite Hardin's work, and acting as if the property argument is the point of Hardin's essay. Because the tragedy of the commons is not an essay about property rights or capitalism or communism. It is about the forced sterilization of undesirable ethnic groups. Hardin's statements about the commons are only there to establish the premise for his real argument, laid out in a section titled "Freedom to Breed is Intolerable." In it, he argues that just like the common pastures, human reproduction cannot be allowed to occur without regulation. Otherwise, people will have too many kids, the population will grow to be too large, and we will reproduce the hypothetical catastrophe of the overgrazed pasture, consuming Earth's resources at an unsustainable rate and destroying ourselves. I'm sure this is far from the first time you've heard of that idea. Hell, this is the explicit ideology of the antagonist of the most viewed films in what was already the largest media franchise in human history. We can infer that Thanos evaporating half of all sentient life in the universe wasn't particularly helpful, as Earth looks like it's gone to absolute shit, and it's mentioned offhand that Captain Marvel is busy trying to manage massive upheaval on other planets. But the challenge put to Thanos
Scrubby, would a second-hand version of the book be okay? It's a bit cheaper, and I can afford to buy it next Tuesday when I get my benefit. I'm buying myself a game. I'm going to buy myself Baldur's Gate 3, so I can play it with one of my comrades. Everyone, go follow Red Rust. He's awesome. I'm sure the second-hand book will be fine. Put that on my wish list. The second-hand book is only £12, by the way. Excellent. There we go. On my wish list. The audio book's fucking £42. What the hell? Yeah, I'll just buy the paperback version. It's cheaper. And I do like reading.
By our protagonists is always killing billions or even trillions of people is wrong, which is like, yeah, fair point. But what goes unsaid is that reducing the population will not solve these problems. And in fact, population growth is not the source of these problems. By not challenging the actual core of Thanos' idea, they quite irresponsibly presented the world with the idea of a terrible, cruel act that one could argue needs to be carried out for the greater good. And that is exactly what Hardin is arguing, by the way. Hardin, like Thanos, is a Malthusian, meaning they have based their ideas about population growth on the work of Thomas Malthus, particularly his infamous 1798 essay on population, in which he argues that population will always increase at a greater rate than our capacity for food production, meaning we will inevitably reproduce to the point that we cannot feed ourselves and the rubber band will snap back, causing mass starvation. You might recognize this as almost identical to Hardin's argument, because it is. Much like Hardin, Malthus was arguing against welfare programs that made it possible for the poor to survive and reproduce more consistently, arguing that allowing the poor to starve would curtail population growth and would, conveniently for Malthus, who came from an incredibly wealthy family, mean that the burden of scarcity would be felt only by the class who ought to be experiencing poverty. Hardin would mirror this rhetoric in his anti-immigrant essay Lifeboat Ethics, the case against helping the poor, which extends this logic to other countries, positing that we must not aid the development of poorer countries or allow their people to immigrate into wealthier nations, as they will simply reproduce too much. Let's put a pin in that point for just a minute. Much like Hardin's argument about common pastures, Malthus's assumption that population will always grow at a greater rate than food production isn't based on anything. To Malthus's credit, he says himself that these estimates are hypothetical. But unlike Malthus, Hardin actually had access to data he could have checked to verify this. In 1961, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization started publishing annual food supply data, going as far back as the year 1274 in the case of Britain. Malthus's true crime, of course, was being English. In 1800, shortly after Malthus published his population essay, Britain's food supply was 2,456 calories per day per person. In 1968, when Hardin published his essay, that number had risen to 3,236, a trend that has continued unabated up to 2021. In reality, our capacity to produce food more efficiently and at greater volume has consistently grown faster than our population, meaning Malthus's estimates are simply incorrect. And if Hardin had bothered to check the information available to him, he would have already been able to see.
Yeah, he still gets cited, even in the House of Commons. It's really delightful, isn't it, Scribby? Actually, Helen's Malthus during my degree. Delightful chap. Why do we keep on breeding these sort of people? Not that I'm a eugenicist or anything like that, but these people did exist then and still exist now. Delightful, as always. Oh, nice one, Salt now.
That in 1968. In fact, the general trend of birth rates declining at a certain point of development has led to projections that Earth's population will plateau at around 10 billion. We already produce enough food for 10 billion people. And with nearly a third of cropland unused and an increased population meaning more people finding more new and efficient ways to produce food. Because remember, human beings make things and have ideas. They don't just eat. There is every indicator that with a population of 10 billion, we will have the capacity to feed far more than 10 billion people. The fact that poverty exists is a matter of economic systems and resource distribution, not our capacity to create enough food. But Hardin did not want to see any of that. Remember that weird bit about certain ethnic groups breeding too much from his Lifeboat Ethics essay? In Hardin's section on population, he argues that the outcome of welfare systems, and allowing the poor to survive, will lead to certain races adopting breeding as a policy to secure their own aggrandizement. Here, Hardin has pulled an interesting sleight of hand. He placed in our minds the greedy, short-sighted herdsman who would inevitably take more than his fair share of common resources, and then he slid an entire race of people as a monolith acting in cohesion with some sort of plan, operating exactly the same way, taking up more resources than they should for their own gain. Hardin is coy about which groups of people he's worried about in this essay, but it's not difficult to figure out who he's talking about when looking at his extensive publication history in far-right outlets like Chronicles and The Social Contract, in which Hardin denounces multi-ethnic societies as a disaster and insanity. In a 1991 article in Chronicles, Hardin expresses concerns that Muslim immigrants would intentionally increase their population in order to secure their presumed racial political goals. He also bizarrely describes Muslim immigrants as fertile, further directing the reader to imagine Muslim immigrants as a singular, ever-expanding invasion into their country. This argument is a clear progenitor to the Great Replacement conspiracy theory coined by Renaud Camus in 2011. This conspiracy theory posits that white people in European nations are being intentionally replaced by a program of immigration and aggressive reproduction by other ethnic groups, often at the direction of a nefarious Jewish cabal. Despite coining the name, Camus did not invent this conspiracy theory, and in fact, it has existed in an almost identical form in the rhetoric of neo-Malthusians like Hardin, as well as 18th and 19th century colonial anxieties about the interactions of whites with colonized ethnic groups. Hardin's racist views were made even more explicit in his co-signing of Linda Gottfredson's infamous 1994 op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, which argued for the inherent intellectual inferiority of the black population. At the time, it received accolades.
I've given up on voice to text. They seem to struggle with Scottish accents for some strange reason. It's like they never fucking talk to us. That's why I type most of the stuff. I used when I was at when I was actually going to actual university, not doing it online or anything. When I actually attended an actual university, I used a recorder. I just recorded everything when I was doing my research and stuff and categorizing my class and lab work. It's easier. I can understand my own voice a lot better, and I can use shorthand or shortcode when I'm talking because I understand what I'm saying. Makes it easier. They really need to talk to more Scottish people to like get like Alexa or Cortana or Google Assistant to actually understand Scottish accent. Quite a lot of good academics are Scottish, by the way, and they still use recorders. Oh, nice one. I love the peer reviews, by the way. You, Debbie Sock now, you two really need to talk more. The peer reviews are awesome philosophers, in my opinion, and great advocates for the left. Thank you.
From the National Association for the Advancement of White People, then edited by David Duke, national leader of the KKK. Her study was co-signed by 52 eugenicist academics.
Holy cow, that's my boy.
Hardin's endorsement of this widely challenged work of race science has a clear connection to his concerns about population, which can be seen in his public statements endorsing the sterilization of the feeble-minded, echoing proponents of slavery and segregation who characterized black people as inherently intellectually inferior and therefore incapable of participating equally in society, while also answering the unspoken question posited by Hardin's own concerns about other ethnic groups reproducing too much, which is, of course, what should we do about it? This is where we need to talk about where people like Hardin are getting their money. For the last century, there have been few greater and more consistent proponents within Western academia of forced sterilization, segregation, and deportation of non-white people than the Pioneer Fund. The Pioneer Fund is an organization that funds research and writing that supports eugenics. It was founded in 1937 by Wycliffe Draper, a textile factory owner who injected thousands of dollars into the American Eugenics Society to keep it afloat in the 1930s when it began to decline due to the inconvenient fact that the science it was based on was completely incorrect. The first president of the fund, Harry Laughlin, lobbied successfully in the 1920s for legislation preventing Jews fleeing pogroms in Eastern Europe from entering the U.S., and later helped ensure they were kept in place to deny refuge to Jews fleeing the Holocaust. Laughlin wrote the Model Eugenical Sterilization Law in the 1920s that was implemented in 30 states, and eventually Nazi Germany itself. Laughlin's work was celebrated in Third Reich newspapers, and he received an honorary degree from the University of Heidelberg in 1936. This American Nazi organization consistently funded eugenicist scholarship and lobbied for racist legislation throughout the 20th century. Pioneer Fund officials praised South African apartheid, demanded the release of all Nazi war criminals after World War II, and opposed school integration. Influential white supremacist works like The Bell Curve rely heavily on Pioneer Fund-backed research. There's a great video by Sean, both debunking the Bell Curve and going into their links to the Pioneer Fund a little bit, including J. Philippe Rushton, who was given hundreds of thousands of dollars to contrive studies that found black people to be unintelligent and hypersexual, including surveying people at a mall about how far they could ejaculate. It's important to remember that none of these perverts are normal. Hardin also received grants from the Pioneer Fund to support his work.
Money me. Money now.
Which makes sense. Hardin weaponized the burgeoning environmentalist movement of the 1960s to push for sterilization programs under the guise of sustainability. That is exactly how the Pioneer Fund operates. And they still do. Although they recently rebranded as the Human Diversity Foundation, there's really one difference between the Pioneer Fund and the HDF. The Pioneer Fund was a charity and therefore had to disclose the sources of its funding. The HDF is a private company and does not. Although undercover journalists from Hope Not Hate identified Andrew Conru, founder of Adult Friend Finder, as a major backer, putting $1.3 million into the foundation. The HDF, like the Pioneer Fund, supports eugenicist research. It's also a little more modern in some of its methods. Matthew Frost is a Nazi who runs Aporia for the HDF, a Substack and podcast that, in his own words, hosts well-known commentators in order to get legitimacy by association. These include Peter Hitchens and Louise Perry, Daily Mail columnists who probably don't disagree with the HDF on much, but also people like Noam Chomsky, who is 100 years old and probably didn't really realize what the show was. Although they've been getting pretty bold, and I think it's gotten easier to tell with a quick survey of recent episode titles, including, Is Hereditarian Research Abhorrent? Are Richard Lynn's national IQ estimates flawed? Is progress always good? Have we reached peak woke? Are we past peak woke? Do Britons want less immigration? Should we vote for Trump? Should liberalism die? Are you noticing a pattern here? This is the exact strategy the Pioneer Fund has always had, even if it's a little more tech-savvy now, and indeed, it's the strategy fascism has always had. Hitler pretended to care about the working class once in a blue moon when he thought it would be useful. They are very aware of the Overton window. They are using the current mainstream, which frankly often includes ideas not too distant from their own, in order to launder even more extreme white supremacist politics. That is the purpose of Pioneer Fund-backed work. None of this stuff is actually meant to hold up as research or contributions to their academic field. Gottfredson's op-ed about IQ was ultimately in defense of the conclusions of the bell curve, which has been roundly rejected as shoddy research with a clearly racist objective. Likewise, Hardin's Tragedy of the Commons was not only so thoroughly rebuked by Elinor Ostrom that she won a fucking Nobel Prize about it, honestly, it doesn't stand up to any scrutiny at all. Even this YouTube video, to be honest, kind of destroyed it as any kind of social or ecological argument. None of this work is actually very well put together. None of it is difficult to debunk or critique, because that is not the purpose of this work. This work exists so that white supremacists have something official to cite, to maintain the kayfabe that they are engaging with science and your woke liberal feelings just can't handle it. They have a study. It doesn't matter that the study is methodologically garbage and proves nothing. They probably haven't read it either. Organizations like the Pioneer Fund/HDF don't exist to prove their arguments are correct. They've already decided that's the case. They exist to give people who already agree with them ammunition and legitimacy, which will also serve to convert people who are comfortable with agreeing with them when it's convenient to. After all, they have a study. And that is why it is ridiculous to cite Hardin's Tragedy of the Commons as some kind of own on socialism. It's so much more cynical than that. Hardin didn't give a shit about resource management or environmental sustainability. He was laundering Nazism and race science because that is what he was paid to do. Often, what might be more useful when arguing with people pushing these kinds of ideas, especially for anyone who might be watching you engage with them, is to ask, who's funding this? Because while your weird uncle who spends too much time on Facebook might spread this stuff for free, the professionals, the guy your uncle gets all his ideas from, they are getting paid.
Jack, Esther, yes. Let's go and say hi to Register. Good comment. How are you, Jester? Come on. Look, it's my Christmas anniversary.
But man, the lies that dude tells, he's like worse than a used car
Let's go say
salesman.
hi to
You know,
it.
they have a bad rap.
Say hi to it. I'm back onto my
I
face.
mean, just a
Here's
complete
there. Hi, Gummy.
liar, a
Hi,
joke.
best. That's fine.
And has hurt so many people, especially with that whole Sandy Hook thing, the Sandy Hook hoax. Like, he should be ashamed of the shit that went down with that. You know what I mean?